molweni, dumelang absheng, morning, more everyone. And our program begins. Let's make sure that we attend to protocol. Our executive mayor of the city of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, greetings. Let's also greet our esteemed speakers in our midst. We have Ms. Rapelang Rabana, who is the founder and chair of Rekindle Learning. We also have our esteemed guests again. Let's just make sure I'm Zulu, so sometimes my pronunciation is misguided. You'll have to forgive me. But let us also acknowledge our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Lenkabula, who is not in our midst. We acknowledge her, and then we acknowledge the portfolio that has brought us to this place today. We acknowledge Professor T. Meiwa, the Vice Principal, Research, Postgraduate Studies, Innovation, and Commercialization at UNISA. We acknowledge the management of the university, and now that we've acknowledged the management and the VIPs, let us acknowledge all of you who are here, ladies and gentlemen, leadership, friends, family. We are here, City Sanbonani, City Greetings, City Molweni, and can you see I'm opening my phone to make sure that I take care of all the greetings, so that when I leave here, I won't have people saying I didn't greet them. So let's do this. Do we have Sanbonani in the house? Oh, do we have Molweni in the house? Do we have Dumelang in the house? Do we have Tobela in the house? Do we have Absheng in the house? Do we have in the house? Do we have Sanbonani? Do we have Goeiemorgen? Do we have good morning? You'll have to work with me here. Remember that we are in this innovation festival. I'm so glad that we didn't call it the innovation meeting, and we didn't call it the innovation conference. But it's a festival. And because it's a festival, you know, we have different types of festivals. We have the harvest festivals. We have music festivals. We have teaching and learning festivals at UNISA. And today we have the innovation festival. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Thuli Shandu Petla. Although according to the program, I've been given a new surname. For the duration of this program, I'll be Thuli Shandu Mapetla. I guess we are innovating. Because we innovate even with names. Remember during the 2010 World Cup, people were even innovative with baby names, right? We had Park and Ride, Petla, you know, we had Feel It, It's Here, Shandu, and all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome one and all to the 2024 UNISA Innovation Festival. Before we continue with the house rules, let's just acknowledge that for your programs, you can scan the QR code and you will access our program. We are innovating after all. And please, as we continue with the program, please tweet, usifake ko Facebook, yabo into efana nalezo, usifake ko Instagram. We have hashtag UNISA Innovation Festival 2024, right? But then if you're too lazy to type, ChatGPT and them have made us lazy to type, just go hashtag InnoFest 2024. That's better, right? Yeah. So tweet as much as you can, tweet yourself, tweet the speakers, tweet what we will be saying here, because the person with the most posts, right? Whether on Twitter and so on, there is a prize for that. The person with the, I know, Guti, we used to say we are tweeting on Twitter, manje we are Xing on X, right? So That's what we will be doing. And one last announcement is please, if you could, as you tweet, keep your phone on silent mode, and you have your bathrooms out the door that side. And so I guess that takes care of our house rules, which do not apply to those who are joining us online, unfortunately. So let us greet those who are online. Hello, everybody. I don't know where you are, but there you go. I see myself. Everybody online, welcome. Remember to tweet as well, or X as well, as we continue with the program. You will see that I'm rushing a bit so that we get to the meat of the thing. And speaking of meat, did you know that the word festival actually comes from the Latin word, which actually means feasting? Yeah, so today we will be feasting. We will be feasting on speakers. We will be feasting on new knowledge. We will be feasting on prizes. And hopefully we will be feasting on food for those who are here in person. And for those online, please feast your eyes on the speakers and the beauty of this whole program. So before I get ahead of myself, let us welcome to the fore Professor Tenjiwe Meyiwa, who will be welcoming us. And Prof Meyiwa, there's a very long bio. Yeah, Kim? Yeah. So what we will do, because we are a bit behind schedule, sizothi nje amagqaba ntshintshi, as the Xhosas say. Sizothi sizosika kwelijikayo, as the Zulu say. Hey, Kaspedi. Yeah, yona sipedi astolokwa. All right, Prof Meyiwa will be welcoming us all. Prof Meyiwa, as we said, is the vice principal, research, postgraduate studies, innovation, and commercialization at the University of South Africa. She oversees strategic leadership and operational excellence across key domain critical to advancing the institution's academic and societal impact. With a strong commitment to UNISA's mission as a leading African university shaping futures in the service of humanity, this role integrates research excellence, postgraduate capacity, innovative breakthroughs, indeed, and commercialization efforts, kunjalo. She is responsible for research leadership, postgraduate studies, innovation management, and commercialization. She is a prolific researcher and leader, and mentors quite a few colleagues to excel. With those words, I don't know, how do we become innovative when we celebrate people? Do we clap our hands? Yeah. Do we wave our hands in the air? Wave them just like we don't care? Something like that. Noma siyakikiza. Be innovative. Show us today how innovative you are. We clap in a round way. All right. Now it's beginning to feel like a festival. All right, Prof Meyiwa, please join us at the fore to welcome us. Innovation!
Wow, that's fun. Thank you. Thanks, Professor Shandu Petla, for ushering me in. Councillor Dr. Nasipi Moya, Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, Councillor Mr. Khulufelo Murodi, MMC for Corporate and Shared Services. I'm not quite sure if he's in our presence. Ms. Rapilang Rabana, a founder and chair of Rekindle. Ms. Seli Ntlantla, CEO and founder of Rekindle Learning. UNISA vice principals, some of whom are online, promise to join us there. Executive and deputy executive deans of UNISA and the executive management committee, and in particular I want to acknowledge and recognize Prof. Les Labusachne, who is the executive director, responsible behind the scenes of this work we're having now. Judges of the Crucible, Mr. Billy Bukako, Head of Incubation, Small Enterprise Development Agency, Ms. Cecilia Mata Ubise, Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, Regional Chapter Head in Southern Africa, Ms. Samkeli Siwe Mtseu, Industrial Development Corporation, industry partners, that is Ms. Tumelo Mashabela, Chaya Mashabela Attorneys, representatives of the various law firms amongst us and online, representatives of Technology Innovations Agency, representatives from the Center for Public Sector Innovation, representatives from State Innovation Technology Agency, representatives from Amazon Web Services, one of our sponsors for this event, colleagues from the city of Tshwane, Mr. Isaiah Engelbrecht, Dr. Tato Shopping, and Ms. Sipho Ncosana, colleagues from sister institutions, Tshwane University of Technology, University of Pretoria, Tax Innovation, and Sifako Mahato Medical Sciences University, UNISA staff and staff from other higher education institutions, UNISA students and students from other higher education institutions, UNISA alumni, organizers and sponsors of this 2024 Third Innovation Festival, esteemed guests joining us online within the country, on the African continent, and across the seas. Good morning, Dumelang, Molweni, Tobelang, Avuan, Kuyamore, Jambo, Siabonana. I acknowledge you all. Indeed, they say all protocols observed. The VC should have done this opening, that the Vice Chancellor and the Principal of the University should have done this opening. She relays her apologies and well wishes. So I've actually had to do it in the manner that she would have wanted me to do it. Your Excellency, Madam Mayor, we're very honored that you have chosen UNISA today by rescheduling your mayoral council meeting for this festival. Just last week, Thursday, the UNISA's council, that is the highest body responsible for decisions of the university, they had you as their subject last Thursday. This is a woman who is recognized for transformative leadership and dedication to community-centered governance. You have championed institutional sustainability and systemic reform. This is what I heard, amongst other things, from last week's Thursday council meeting. And as they did that, they were looking at a picture. A picture has been for the whole week gracing UNISA's website. This factor highlights your commitment to fostering accountability and addressing service delivery challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to welcome you to the UNISA Innovation 2024, our third iteration. I have goosebumps. I actually didn't think, Prof. Les, that we will get to sustain and get it to be at this level in our third year. It's a celebration of creativity, celebration of leadership, of collaboration, all of that reminds us of the transformative power of innovation. Innovators are crazy people. Often we want to think of them like that, but they bring things to fruition. On the role of innovation and transforming societies, the theme that we have for this year says leadership, creativity, and commercialization. And we are indeed catching the bug of commercialization finally, which had been our name for some years, but from this year we're really working on it quite intently. All of this captures the essence of innovation. Without commercialization being part of it, innovation would not have had its impact. It challenges us to take bold ideas and transform them into solutions that change lives, that build communities, and contribute to the African and global knowledge economies. Innovation does not happen in isolation, as you'll see walking in. Possibly will have seen and shall see more for the entire week this week. It requires partnerships between government, academia, industry, and civil society in order for us all to create these ecosystems where ideas can thrive and lead to impactful solutions. UNISA therefore exemplifies our hold, this collaborative spirit through initiatives that drive cutting-edge research, nurture future leaders, and deliver solutions to presiding and pressing challenges such as energy sustainability, climate resilience, unemployment, lack of service delivery, and of course, digital transformation. As Nelson Mandela, one of South Africa's greatest leaders who happens to be our alumnus, we trained him, he said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." He's actually quite well known for that. It's because we trained him to say these kind of things. This festival embodies that spirit of daring to dream. Let's dare to dream more of solving the community problems that seem impossible and of driving transformation in the service of humanity, just like one of our mantras. As UNISA, we're committed to research and innovation. And as Africa's leading open distance learning institution, we positioned ourselves at the forefront of innovation. Our mission is to shape futures in the service of humanity and do so being guided by the efforts to build a just and inclusive society. Now consider these milestones, ladies and gentlemen, and colleagues online. UNISA contributes significantly to South Africa's global scientific standing, with research outputs spanning health sciences, education, and the natural sciences. It's your homework to get the proper numbers there. But I want to draw your attention to this one. We are tackling gender and racial imbalances in research, with women contributing to 45% of South Africa's scientific publications and black academics at 52% as of 2023. Our focus on interdisciplinary research has produced impactful work in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, indigenous knowledge systems, and recently infrastructure. Last Friday I was with the DM, Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Sihle Zigalala. He's given us deadlines, colleagues. 2 weeks, a month, 3 deadlines for us to deliver. I shared this when we were in the holding room with my colleagues to say that after him listening to the work that our colleagues are doing at the Florida campus, he said, "Wow, this is a masterclass. I'm replacing all my consultants with these professors." And he said, "You start doing that in 2 weeks' time. Watch the space." And we hope that that shall deliver commercialization for one of our responsibilities, because that's what we embraced. But transformation as well, and transforming research into actionable solutions. Therefore, initiatives like UniVentures ensure that our discoveries benefit society, demonstrating a commitment to both knowledge creation as well as social impact. We therefore want to believe that with this power of leadership in driving innovation, playing a huge role, we want to advance African innovation. We want to argue that innovation is not something new, and so is technology. Just your roundabout. The fact that it makes you cool when you're inside, when it's hot outside, warm when you're inside, when it's cold outside. Isn't that innovation? And we hardly ever talk about that. As Ms. Rapulang Rabana, who's in front of me here, one of South Africa's foremost innovators, highlights, I want to quote you, madam. Entrepreneurship and innovation are about finding the balance between ambition and action, between dreaming big and staying grounded. I close your quote. We should be hearing more from her. This week, we're therefore very much honored to host individuals like Ms. Rabana, whose journey from founder to serial innovator inspires us to think creatively, See when you give English to a Zulu-speaking person. And act decisively. We are also privileged to hear from leaders like Councillor Dr. Nasipho Moya, who will provide insights into fostering inclusive innovation. Earlier on, I just gave you highlights about her beliefs, of course, having come from the rural Eastern Cape. Her journey shall be heard quite soon. Therefore, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues online, to further our impact, UNISA has established 10 catalytic niche areas that I'm not going to bore you about, amongst which that we want to embrace as a portfolio much more, not because others are not important, but because of the fruits that we're seeing from them. Renewable energy solutions, water engineering and resource management, digital transformation and ICT infrastructure. These priorities align with the National Systems of Innovation's goal, which help us to arrange South Africa's research and development challenges. A call to action as I conclude, Program Director, is collaboration for the future. This festival, the third iteration, is a call to action. It invites us to think boldly, collaborate meaningfully, and act decisively to address the challenges of our time. Innovation thrives in communities, not in the third floors and second floors of air-conditioned halls like this one, but in togetherness. We can create solutions that matter in communal ways. As we therefore embark on this journey, let us remember the words of our Chancellor, His Excellency Thabo Mbeki, when he says, Africa's success depends on the determination of its people to determine their destiny and uplift themselves, a close quote. And through this week's Innovation Festival, we want to be bringing to realization our Chancellor's beliefs around this, uplifting ourselves and not wait for the external people to do that. Let us use this festival to claim Africa's intellectual future, inspire global transformation, and again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the participants, echoing my program director, Professor Shandu, and that other name I can't pronounce properly. Okay, yeah, that one. All the participants, partners, and sponsors of the UNISA Innovation Festival, may this week be a celebration, colleagues, of creativity, of collaboration, of impact, of ensuring that when we look back someday, say 2024, November, starting on the 25th of November, things change around because of you, because of I, because of all of us. Thank you. Deliberate.
Thank you very, very much, Prof. Meyiwa. Now we are welcome. Now we can feel free for those online. Can you tell us what innovation is in your language, in isiZulu, in isiXhosa, in Sepedi? Do we have anyone in the audience? What is innovation in your mother tongue? Uh-oh. No? Anyone? Any takers? Yes, sir. Sizokubamba if ungakhulumi iqiniso. Ah, which can also be established. Aha. Innovation? Thank you, sir. Ingqalabutho is a person who innovates. What is innovation? Ukungqalabutha. Aye, Prof. And those online, that's your challenge. What is innovation in your mother tongue? Thank you very much for those words of welcome. We appreciate them. I love what you said, Merabana, the balance between ambition and action, because we have a lot of people who have ideas, but to actually put them to action is the problem. And now let us go to our first speaker, and because it's innovation, we are in the mood. to listen innovatively. Our first guest speaker is Ms. Rapelang Rabana, who is the founder and chair of Rekindle Learning. She will be giving us the keynote address on lessons from the frontline chronicles of a serial innovator entrepreneur. Ms. Rapelang Rabana is the CEO, she's the founder, she's the chair of Rekindle Learning with 15 years of experience building innovative technology companies, not one, companies. Rapelang is an internationally lauded entrepreneur in the world of technology. She established her reputation in the tech sector shortly after her university education when she co-founded Yago. The company gained global recognition for pioneering mobile VoIP and IP communication innovations. Rapelang later founded Rekindle Learning Incorporated, a company looking to improve education in Africa by turning people's compulsion to check their phones into an opportunity to learn. She is also a venture partner at Grindstone XL, a structured entrepreneurship development program that assists high-growth, innovation-driven companies in getting fundamental building. Her role in revolutionizing the tech sector on the continent has earned her several accolades, including the Young Global Leader by World Economic Forum, Forbes 30 Under 30, Africa's Best Young Entrepreneurs, and Harambee Entrepreneur. With those words, we give an innovative welcome to Ms. Rapelang Rabana.
Thank you so much for that extraordinarily warm welcome. I wish you all a very, very good morning. All protocols observed. I have never been in corporates or politics and things, so my protocols are generally very poor. So let me say all protocol observed and welcome you all. I am extremely excited to be able to share this morning with you as you guys launch your Innovation Festival. I think I have lived and breathed this innovation technology thing my whole life, and I really hope today that I can impart some of those learnings and insights that I think are missing so that you may all have an opportunity to really maximize your potential, your ventures, whatever it is that you're working on, because so many more Africans have to take their place in the sun, and you all have the potential, I'm sure, to get there. So after that incredibly warm introduction, I shan't share too much about more about my journey, but other than to say that I have two big passions, education and innovation, and a large part of my work now is in how we use technology tools to develop literacy and numeracy skills for young children under Imagine Worldwide, and especially for then young adults, how do we use technology to improve how quickly we learn so that more young people can be employed and become peak performers in their organizations. And then I also, for all my sins, consult for various organizations on how they can drive their innovation strategies and digital transformation journeys under fast forward innovation. But I'll share a little bit more about that as we go along. I have had, I like to think, an unusual journey, and it has given me opportunities and platforms to meet with people across spectrums of society, where I've been able to garner lots of insights and views of the world that have informed how I see the world and the choices that I have ultimately made. I graduated from University of Cape Town, the lesser university, of course. I should have rather come here. And And less than a decade later, I found myself on the cover of Forbes Africa with Wendy Ackerman of Pick and Pay. And I often ask myself, how did that all happen? Why in particular me? How did that journey come about? And a lot of it stems from this willingness to sort of chart your own journey. And I was very clear, leaving university that I'm already very lucky. I'm second generation out of poverty, so my parents are professionals. They don't need me to look after them. And actually that means that the world is my oyster. I don't have to, take on a job right now because I don't have to send money straight home. And that allowed me, I think, to come to a different place where I decided I want to do stuff that I think will have an impact, I think that can move me, because I had spent so many years going through university and school and everything and playing the rules, playing the system. And by the time I finished university, I was quite tired of just playing the role. And I wanted to ask myself, when do I start actually being intentional? When do I start making choices? When do I start choosing what's worth it and how I spend my time and what I give my attention to? And seeking that is really what sparked my journey. I had no idea whether I would be successful or not. And many people will ask, what made you take the risk? I think of it as this way. I didn't think there was a path that was not risky. And this is the reality, actually. There's no path that is certain. And we all might fall for an illusion that there's a certain path, perhaps when you go into a prestigious organization or a blue chip company or a highly regarded institute, but absolutely nothing is certain in this world. And when I really, really came to grips with that, then I started to appreciate that given that we don't know how it all ends, I might as well spend my time and attention doing something that I can account for as having been worthwhile, because that's all I'll be able to say at the end of my life journey. So with those words, I want to share 3 big sort of areas of topics of discussion for today. How we use technology to break constraints, how you can leverage your world perspective, your view of the world to drive innovation, and ultimately to balance that ambition and action, how do you shift to experimentation mode and stop overthinking? Does that sound interesting? Yeah? Great. Let's start with that first topic around using technology to break constraints. I think that the beginning of innovation actually starts when we are willing to question how we see the world. Most of us, were born into what we think is the only way to live the world, based on what our parents show us, based on what our mother teaches us, based on what our teachers show us, based on what, all these highly regarded people that we meet in our lives tell us. And we kind of fall into a trap of thinking that the way we see the world is the only way to see the world. And that's actually an incredibly narrow view. You almost get stuck in a little bubble, and you don't quite realize that there's multiple views to every single situation in the world. And I say this because my view is that innovation starts when you're willing to burst that bubble, when you're willing to question the assumptions under which you have grown up, under which you assume a business works, under which you assume the world works, and decide to perhaps suppose that there might be a different way to do something. I'll give you a simple example. If many of us had lived back then, about 100 years ago, when we were using a horse and cart to travel, if we had been a merchant and we were, selling produce, we would have typically, stocked up in the morning and traveled perhaps a maximum of 5 kilometers a day to be able to sell our produce, and then we'd have to come back to our base to restock for the next day. And we would have assumed that this is as much as we can sell, as big a market as we can get to, because that's what, probably your father taught you what to do. And the question I ask myself is, would you have known that you were living under any constraints? when you had that life. Henry Ford could see the kind of constraints people lived under. So when he, was selling the car, he wasn't pitching the engine or what are all these chassis and all these fancy things that car people love. I don't know much about cars, as you can hear. But he would primarily sell the fact that he was breaking the constraint for merchants to now be able to sell at a wider radius around their business, 10, 50 kilometers instead of just the 5 kilometers. And yes, it was an expensive thing to get this car, but now you could reach a much wider market. And this is where the real challenge hits, because is there anyone here who thinks that they would have seen that they were living under a constraint if they'd been using a horse and cart? And that's what makes innovation so hard, because we have accepted whatever the status quo of our life is as the only way to do life. And until you can start to challenge that, in fact, it doesn't matter whether you're an AI expert or a neuroscientist, whatever smart things that you came out of this university with. If you can't begin to challenge your status quo, then you can't tap into, or in fact, you don't think it's worthwhile to tap into any of the technologies available today. Another example is when COVID first came out, you'll remember that we had to now start getting very serious about washing our hands, something I'm still very grateful for COVID for teaching us to do. And, there was that thing then where you couldn't turn the tap off afterwards because then you would recontaminate your hands, right? So then we started getting all these fancy sensors in these shops. But innovation to me was anything that broke that constraint around having to not touch the tap afterwards. So even in a village, if you had created a foot pedal to pour the water out so that you wouldn't have to touch the tap again, that is technology too. Just because it's not a chip with a nice sensor and a silver tap doesn't mean that it wasn't technology. Ultimately, someone thought to themselves, how do I lift this constraint? And they designed a solution around it. And when we think of technology like that, and not some, fancy thing where you've got to learn how to code or how to do machine learning and things like that, when you recognize that technology is simply here to help us break constraints, then it's so much more accessible for all of us to use in our respective jobs. I want to show you a video that I think encapsulates how stuck and entrenched we might be in that bell jar that I showed you earlier, and how hard it might be to break out of it. Let's have a look at this video. Let me see if I should change the audio setting quickly, because I think the audio will help us here. Will this microphone work for the, let's see if it will. And now I've lost my mouse. Oh, there it is. Am I back? Okay, cool. Let's see if the sound comes out now.
That's not good.
Oh, I don't need this. I'm already late.
Somebody will come. Anybody out there?
Do you have a phone?
No. Sorry. Somebody! Hello? There are two people stuck on an escalator and we need help. Now, would somebody please do something?
Help! Help! Help!
I don't believe this. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm gonna cry.
Well, there's not enough left to do, is there?
I'm sure you think they must be the dumbest people in all the world, right? But here's something to think about. I can almost guarantee you that if not once, multiple times a day, we all have an escalator moment where we are stuck, abiding by a rule that we didn't even know we had committed to. And it guides how we work, the kind of things that we might plan to do in our businesses, our organizations. It guides the efficiency of our operations. It guides the quality of our student experiences, our customer experiences. This is not an easy thing to break. So we all have escalator moments. I can guarantee you that. The next time you are stuck doing something that frustrates you, maybe you copying and pasting instead of using a formula in Excel or something, that's an escalator moment right there, where you have stuck to a rule that is no longer serving you, and you simply don't know how to break past that. Mostly because you're not aware. And with this thinking is really how I sort of navigate the world and what I choose to work on too. As you heard earlier, I'm the founder of Rekindle Learning, and for me, what I was particularly interested in when I started the Rekindle Learning journey was, I remember going to school, and I went to a really, really good school, and every time I would come to tests and exams, you know, I would cram and hope that I remember the last ones where I got stuff wrong, and each time I would get the exam script back, and I would tell myself, shoo, I really must revise this section again. Oh, really, I must come back to this question again that I was lucky to get right. And I really should revise this because I never seem to remember it. And I just recall year after year after year, you would never get the time to go back, and I would never remember the things that I did get wrong. And I would just continue to get better at the things I was good at and worse at the things that I wasn't good at. And I thought to myself, even then, what if there was a way for you to be able to track the things that you don't understand, so that when it comes to revision and homework time, you could focus on those things? And really, that was the beginning of Rekindle Learning. It was to say, imagine everybody had a mom who was super diligent like mine and would ask you questions after your subjects in maths or science, and she knew you so well, she would remember the things that you got wrong and right and help you revise the things you were getting wrong more often. So that's simply all we then built into this tool. It was to say, yes, it's important to go to lectures and, you know, hear the information and read it, but actually it's about an opportunity to practice, isolate the things that you're struggling with, and have an opportunity to practice the things that you're struggling with more in order to build mastery on any subject. And that simple life experience is what I then use to inform the kind of tools and technologies I build, right? And so here with what you're seeing on the screen there is, you know, a Rekindle Learning app where we work mostly with companies where they are working with young people typically. They've got lots of standard operating procedures, industry rules, product sales things, regulations that everybody, you know, even after a degree, you have to keep on learning in order to become a master in that industry. And instead of just giving people 3-day workshops that retain nothing, let's repackage this kind of content into this interactive form so it's almost like a TikTok for learning. And I'm just giving you an example of how my own life experience informed what I then wanted to build with technology tools. And I get super excited about this because, you know, in financial services, so many young people now had to get various regulations like a phase accreditation, and were battling to do so, even if they attended the 3-month course, the 3-month workshop. But simply going through the same content that was delivered in a 3-day workshop in this interactive approach that tracks the things that you're getting wrong and right, continuously asks you questions, acts like that coach, that over-eager mother that won't stop asking you questions, you were able to double pass rates for things like that. And it could be accounting, it could be work stuff, anything really. And that's an example of how we could be using technology to drive this. So I am giving away some free access for those who want to experience the app. The QR code is over there for you to scan and download. If you're not QR code smart yet, the URL is there for you to to type in. Essentially, all of these things, whether it's an app, whether it's your Fitbit watch on your hand, I look at these as technology today, even in our mobile phone, has so many capabilities that has broken so many constraints in our world. In a simple app, you're able to have represent so much information that might have been difficult to represent in a textbook. That's a constraint that technology has broken. You're able to have real-time interactions. You're able to put a ton of data, a ton of information, and have that computing power that was unheard of when computers first started. All of these constraints that technology has broken make it possible to build and experience very, very powerful and effective tools today. Everything from pattern recognition, how you curate content on a Google or on a Facebook, things that would have been very hard for a single personal assistant to have been able to do. Now you can use the power of technology to actually get those things right. As an example, I've mentioned the apps already, but everything, even a Fitbit kind of thing, uses all of these technology capabilities, the ability to connect, to represent lots of information, to perceive information from your heartbeat, your monitors and the like, to store tons of information. And when I look at it like that, I like to see then that technology is a means to break constraints as opposed to something for PhD students only to understand. The flip side is that there are things that technology hasn't broken. And for those that are terrified that the computer is going to take over their lives, remember that there are capabilities that we haven't solved for using technology yet. And these are the capabilities that are uniquely human. The ability to manage crises, to care, to negotiate, to have contextual understanding, to be able to think strategically, to be able to solve problems, collaborate, think critically and the like. And I like to think of the world today in terms of the superstar professors, students, professionals out there are people that understand the constraints that technology has broken and how we use them in our day-to-day work, and build on the skills that are uniquely human. So these two things today is what I call a tech-fluent student or tech-fluent professional that we all need to have in order to be able to leverage the power of technology today and be able to outperform. I'm going to show you another example, beyond Rekindle, around how we could reimagine basic services to truly transform the quality of experience for customers and the quality of value that is ultimately delivered. And this example is based purely on insurance, and I'm sure many of you actually, if there are younger students in undergrad, maybe you haven't had to claim for insurance yet, but the time is coming. For those of us that have had to claim before, you know how extraordinarily painful that process is. But let's have a look at how it could be completely reimagined. And this is still fictitious, by the way, but it's an indication of how we could reinvent a process that, is frustrating for many, many people.
No, it's just construction. That's all. No, I'm not driving. Are you okay? Yeah, you? I'm good. Oh, no, not you. Listen, I'm gonna have to call my agent. I'm gonna get right back to you.
Mr. Burton, this is Insure Corp. We've received sensor data that indicates you were in an accident. Are you injured in any way?
I'm not injured, no.
Is anyone else injured?
I don't believe so. Okay, where's my agent's number?
We have pinpointed your location, and we are showing your car is not drivable. So we are dispatching an Uber car to take you to your destination.
That would be great. I'm pressing 1. English. E-N-G-L-I. English.
May we give your coordinates to our appraiser drone to perform the appraisal?
Absolutely.
We have received the photos, assessed the damage, authorized the repairs, selected a qualified repair facility, and have dispatched a tow truck to take your vehicle to that facility.
Perfect. Yes, hi, this is... Yes, I'll hold.
We have looked up the other vehicle's insurance, transmitted the appropriate data to create the claim, and filed the California SR1 accident report. Can you confirm the information is correct on your phone, then hit the accept button?
I'll check it right now. Okay, all done?
Thank you. Your Uber car is arriving now.
I see it coming. Accident, not payment. Accident.
Your tow truck should be there now. Don't forget to leave your keys in the vehicle. Thank you for using InsureCall, powered by Pivotal Labs.
That ability to imagine a whole new reality for common experiences is exactly what, the future demands of us when we say we want to innovate. And COVID helped us in that it accelerated things a lot. I remember before COVID, I would never want to shop on my mobile app before because I was like, I really want to touch the app myself. I want to make sure it's the right thing. I want to check the lettuce looks the right way. After COVID, couldn't be bothered, right? And we forget that shopping experience where we went with our mom and our cart and we shopped around and we went to the till and paid. We grew up in that, and we thought that that was how the world works. We were absolutely convinced that that's how the world works. And this is where it catches you, because it grips you, and you don't even know it's gripped you, this idea. And it was the people that could imagine and suppose a different reality, that you could be able to get everything you needed on an app and you would still be the same quality. And one day there'll be people that imagine a different shopping experience. The ones that say, oh, there's sensors in your fridge and it picks up that your milk is finished, whatever else is, automatically puts in an order, charges it to your credit card, and next thing, it's arrived at your house. But it's the people that are willing to suspend their reality and suppose a different outcome that can then become innovative. So then it brings us to our next point. How is everyone, able to contribute a perspective that can lead to innovation? And my view is that yes. Innovation starts again at this place of self-awareness. Have you stopped for a moment to recognize the areas of frustration for yourself, for your clients, for your students, whatever it might be, and raise your level of awareness to even begin to see it? And when you begin to see it, then you can use that technology to break constraints. And I'm not the only crazy person who thinks this. Paul Graham, one of my favorite authors and investors, says that if you want to look at how successful founders have come up with ideas, it is generally the result of an external stimulus hitting a prepared mind. An external stimulus hitting a prepared mind. He goes on to say that the verb you want to use with respect to coming up with ideas is not think up, but notice. Coming back again to awareness and presence. He gives us the example of Drew Houston, who founded Dropbox. And back then, Drew Houston had been playing around with web technologies and cloud technologies as they were coming about. And like most of us, when we were at school, forgot his USB stick, or maybe it was a 3 1/4 floppy disk. I forget what it was, the things we suffered back then. And instead of accepting that because he forgot this USB stick, he now cannot submit. Most of us would have accepted that status quo and moved on. He was able to leverage his lived life experiences to be able to create what Dropbox is today, right? But you understand, he could not have started that journey if he didn't stop to challenge the status quo. And if you missed that moment, you've missed the moment. It doesn't matter how cool you were in terms of developing software, right? Paul Graham concludes that whoever you are, you have a sum total of life experiences that have prepared you to notice the opportunities around you, prepared you to notice the opportunities around you. And that for me is the most powerful thing there, because it means all of us, our skills, how we lived, where we were born, what we saw our parents do, how our communities lived, we saw things and experienced things that actually allow us to have a unique view of the world. And we can choose to try and forget all of that, especially if we suffered in our childhood. None of us want to remember what all of that was about. But here's the trick. That perspective is what allows you to see a problem in a different way, allows you to potentially see what a solution could be, that it would be meaningful in that context. So my encouragement to you is to notice the assumptions around you and whether they're actually still true, whether you have to hold them constant, or whether you can challenge that status quo. The first company we started out of university was called Yego, and it was really us as students rebelling against the fact that we couldn't afford to make cell phone calls. You'll remember back in 2003 and 5, etc., prepaid calls were even more expensive than they are now. It was painful, and we used please call me's all the time to communicate with each other. One please call me would mean we'll meet at 5 o'clock. 2 please call me's means we're meeting at 6 o'clock, because that's the deal we made with ourselves. And we thought, does this really have to be our life? Like, is there not another way? And cell phones were getting smarter back then. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth were becoming more available. 3G was starting to become more prevalent. And we thought, surely we should be able to make calls over the internet and stop these exorbitant fees. Again, we could have accepted that status quo, right? That we're just poor and therefore we must suffer. Or there has to be another way to do life. And these are pictures of Yego. You'll remember back then, this was before Android, before iPhone. We were on Nokia phones, so that's why the pictures. But you get the idea. Predecessors of what you guys now experience as WhatsApp and the like. When we launched Yego, I had the opportunity to be in New York while we were fundraising, and there was a presentation by one of the founders of Skype. Skype.com at the time was, the biggest internet telephony tool out there in the world. They worked predominantly just on laptops, etc., and we were terrified as Yego that they were going to launch an app for their phones or phones soon enough, and then we would become irrelevant quite quickly. So after listening to his talk, I asked him, why hasn't Skype launched a mobile app yet for their phones? And this is obviously in 2006-07. They did after that fact, but much later. And the CEO or one of the founders alluded to the fact that the mobile operators didn't like it, which is true. We would get lawyers' letters all the time, and remember there was a time it was illegal to use WhatsApp on your phone, but we don't talk about that anymore. And then the other reason he said was it just wasn't a priority. It wasn't that important. And I just remember looking at him so confused. And that's when I realized that his life perspective had informed that view. He had a laptop at home and ADSL or fiber linking to his house. So of course, making a call on a laptop made perfect sense to him, which was not the case for us. If we couldn't use it on our mobile phone, we were simply not going to be able to use it at all. And it really taught me that power of your lived life experiences, determining your view of the world and the opportunities that you see. It was not for a lack of resources and time or people that they hadn't prioritized this. It wasn't prioritized because their life view said it wasn't important. And it was a legitimate life view. And here's the thing, when we as African innovators step into our power is when we start to recognize that the way we see the world is valid and legitimate in its own right, and we should build technologies that serve that worldview. One of the funniest things for me is the Airbnb founding story, where these guys, essentially blew up this plastic mattress, put it in someone's lounge floor, and were happy to charge people to sleep on it. And in African culture, that is unheard of, to put your guests not on your plastic mattress, on the floor, and charge them. And you see how my worldview would make it impossible for me to have come up with an Airbnb. But in their worldview, it made sense. And this is the thing, African child, your views are legitimate and valid. The Americans just happen to be lucky to know that off the bat. But today you have me to tell you that your views are valid and legitimate and worth building enterprises around. So software is really just a means, in my mind, to express and capture your worldview in a product. And this is not the only kind of technology, it's just the one I know. We've got people in many different sciences here today. But I think, software ends up touching so many of our industries and sciences today. And when you think of it as a means to express your view of the world in a product or a service that serves you and your community, then I think it becomes hugely valuable to a wider pool of people. I know I'm probably running out of time, so let me get into my last point. Experiment and stop thinking. This is usually what happens when people launch, say, I have got a massive idea, it's going to be $1 billion product and business, I'm going to be uber rich. This is kind of what happens when they start this journey. They've got a brain spark, they happen to present it maybe to a vice principal of UNISA or a venture capitalist somewhere. We call them people that can write checks of any sort of, and the like. We call them, in the corporate world, we call them hippos, the CEOs and the like, because they're the highest paid person's opinion. And they have, an outsized ability to sign off an idea and allocate resources somehow. Then we spent a year building business plans, doing beautiful Excel spreadsheets to build a business case, because when you come out of UNISA, of course you're smart enough to produce a business case that has a positive ROI. And it's analysis paralysis for a long time until finally, some miracle, even though it doesn't happen much in South Africa, you get some resources to develop whatever it is and then ultimately launch it. And then only then do you realize or know or find out whether it will work or not. And this is the tragic story that I hear too often. Many times people will say, I just need money to pay a software developer to produce X, Y, and Z for me, and then I'm sure it will succeed. And there is no greater lie in the world than that. The reality is that most ideas will fail, even if competently executed. 80% of ideas will fail, even if competently executed. And I urge you to read the book, The Right It, Alberto Savoia, and he talks about and helps us figure out how you get to that 20% of the ideas that will work. The other big problem coming out of that movie and journey that I illustrated is that pursuing the wrong idea is incredibly costly, especially when you have very limited resources. You needed to have experimented a lot in the early days to cut through the clutter, find that 80% that isn't working, and get to the 20% that is. Because the longer you spend on something, 3 years in, you're emotionally vested, you've put all of your resources in it, and you don't want to believe that it won't work. And so what do we do to get experimentation right? We come back to the principles of science. And you will recall at some point in biology or one of the sciences you learned that if you think that something might be true, you come up with a hypothesis and you test it in the market as soon as possible. Unfortunately, when it comes to innovation and commerce and things like that, we think that all those rules are forgotten, and we're now professionals. We don't do hypotheses, and we just trust our gut that something will work, and we chat to a few nice people. But here's the thing, we've got to bring back science to innovation, where we test the hypotheses that we think are true and get real market data. And I'll come back to that point of real market data in a little bit to determine whether we're going in the right direction or not. In the world of innovation and business, and we're trying to get users, real market data is what customers truly want. And then you decide whether something is working or not. And this is the thing, you don't need a lot of money for it. Innovation without testing means that you get through very, very few ideas. You don't fail very fast. It takes you 3 years to ascertain that something isn't working. So you get to very few successes and you miss a whole ton of opportunities because your time and resources were stuck on this unvalidated idea. But if you do fast testing, and I'll explain what that is now, you can get through a lot more of your ideas. Chuck them out, fail fast, have very few slow failures, get to the successes, and avoid missing the missed opportunities. This ability to fail fast is what we have discovered in fast food innovation can best be addressed using a concept of design sprints, where it's a 3-4 day, highly condensed, intensive sort of week where you learn, ideate, build prototypes, and put it in front of a customer to really ascertain whether something will work or not. And what we build today, because of all the amazing tools, you can actually build a real looking website, a real WhatsApp bot, a real looking mobile app, without going to a developer, without going to a software firm, without going somewhere else. Build something that would look real in the customer's eyes in a day or two. And there's so many tools. This is just some of them today. And I emphasize this because I'm so tired of hearing entrepreneurs say, I don't have money to pay someone to build X and Y. Because there are so many tools today that you can use to build a website in a day, to build a mobile app, an interactive video, a whole software application, web application. There's no more excuses. That means you can mock stuff up, create it, and it doesn't have to have a full functionality in the back end. It just needs to look convincing in the front end to put in front of customers. And when you put it in front of customers, there's a trick to it. Most of us interview customers or do customer focus groups the wrong way. And I'm going to show you what the wrong way looks like and what the right way would be.
We're told, don't ask your mum if your business idea is a good one. She'll just say yes, because she loves you, of course. The mum test is a set of simple rules for crafting good questions that even your mum can't lie to you about. Let's have 2 conversations and see what we can learn. Mum, I've got a business idea. Can I tell you about it? Of course, dear. You like your iPad, right? Do you use it a lot? Yes. Okay. So would you ever buy an app which was like a cookbook for your iPad? And it only cost £20. That's cheaper than your hardbacks on the shelf. Well, and you can share recipes with your friends. And there's an iPhone app which is your shopping list. And videos of that celebrity chef you love. Yes, dear. That sounds amazing. £20 is fine. Will it have pictures of the recipes? Yes, definitely. Thanks, Mum. I'm going to quit my job and put all my savings into my new startup. Won't you have some lasagna? That conversation led us down the garden path. The mum test is about talking to your customers about their life, not your idea. It's about discussing specifics in the past instead of generics or opinions about the future. It's about talking less and listening more. Let's do it again right this time. Hey, Mum, how's the new iPad? Oh, I love it. I use it every day. What do you usually do on it? Oh, you know, read the news, play Sudoku, catch up with my friends. What's the last thing you did on it? Well, Dad and I are off on holiday. I was looking where to stay. Did you use an app for that? No, I just used Google. What app should I use? How did you find out about the other apps you have? The Sunday paper has a section on the apps of the week. Makes sense. By the way, I saw a couple of new cookbooks on the shelf. Where did those come from? Oh, they're one of those things you just end up getting at Christmas. I think Doreen gave me that one. Haven't even opened it. As if I need another lasagna recipe at my age. Time to refine my idea. We discovered many insights in that conversation to help us adjust our idea. It just goes to show, if you can get useful business information from Mum, you can get it from anyone.
So collecting real market data is about having mum test conversations. And it's important, the format, because people will lie to you, because people will be nice to you. And if you don't construct your experiments to get a real yes and a real no, then you will think you've gotten support for your idea when you actually haven't. And there's lots of research around this in the world. The reason this part is so important is that as you, as the innovator, always have a very high perception of the value of the product and service that you're delivering. And the process of these customer engagements and these experiments is to understand what the market perception of value is, so that we move from that bottom section of maybe it's a not interested to nice to have, to creating solutions and products that fit into the must-have category. And there's no ways to think your way through this. You have to experiment and you have to get market data from your customers, because whatever you're thinking is not going to get you to that must-have threshold. And this is why I'm such a key proponent of, with what you have, use the tools that are available today, and you can create mock-ups of whatever you're thinking and get it in front of customers and get real market feedback. So you construct the right solution from the very, very beginning. We've done this in many instances. For example, when we're helping banks launch new offerings in Rwanda here, they were wanting to test whether WhatsApp banking would actually work for them, and we didn't build the whole bank in the back end with credit necessarily. We just built the interface where a normal user would interact with the chatbot, and we would see what services they were interested in. Were they interested in making payments, in savings, in buying electricity, or something else? What did the customer choose to do when they were this product was put in front of them? And that's how you get and ascertain what people really care about. Not, would you like some credit? Of course, they will say yes, And people will lie to you because people are nice. And the only way to really see what they will behave like is to put them in a situation that is as real as possible to the buying situation that you want them to create. And we've had, tons of opportunities to do this, and it is truly the only way, in my experience, to get market validation for your ideas. That brings me to the end, because I know I'm out of time, and I hope it has landed on how we can use technology to break constraints and solve and improve any experience, product, or solution that you might be thinking of. How your lived experiences are creating a worldview for you that is unique, and that is the specific competitive advantage that you need to leverage in whatever you do on your life journey. And then experiment. Stop thinking. I know all of you are incredibly well qualified by virtue of the fact that you've worked through these UNISA doors. But here's the thing. Analytical thinking will only take you so far. The rest of the way requires an experimentation-driven approach to get to answers. And when you analyze, you're going to give yourself anxiety. You need to experiment, get real data, and pivot from there. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was fantastic, Siyabonga. And it's so inspirational, and it gets us off our escalator moments. No more. Sure. That was brilliant. My mind is busy now, just it's everywhere. So on that note, may I request that we tweet our aha moments from this presentation. Go to your Twitter, your X, and not your ex. Don't go to your ex. Unless, of course. All right, it's time. Let's just tweet our takeaway moments. Let's tweet and X our aha moments. It's time to get the fingers do the talking. And even for those who are online, it's time to just yabona sihlafune simunyunge setshise what we have just eaten. We promised you a festival. We promised you a feast. Wow. Okay. Thank you very much for that. We're really, really grateful. I think for me, my aha moment is the way we see the world is valid, because then it validates us as Africa. And I really like the, let's go back to science. Can I see people from CSET all over? All right, we're going back to science. We're coming back for you. We're coming to you. Thank you very, very much, and all the other scientists in the house. Do you mind if we take the questions after the speakers? Is that okay? Great. You can also tweet your question or X your question. All right. Thank you very, very much. We are really, really grateful. We are inspired. We are challenged. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who managed to scan the QR code, yes, we are scanning QR codes. Thank you very much. For the program, we request that we make a tweak. We want to be innovative with our program, and we'll make a very quick switch on our items. It is part of innovation because we don't want to accept the status quo. So we're putting what you told us into practice. We will now have an opportunity to listen to words of wisdom, leadership for an innovation society, a case of the city of Tshwane. And we shall hear from our esteemed Honorable Executive Mayor of the city of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya. She started her political career during her first year at the University of Cape Town. University of Cape Town in the house. She graduated with a Bachelor of Social Science, Politics, and Public Policy and Administration in 2007, and she furthered her studies at UCT Still and was awarded an honors degree in social science, specializing in public affairs and administration in 2008. As I continue, please tweet that you are sitting in the same room as the mayor. It's very important. It does not happen every day. Just saying, in case you've run out of what to tweet. And in 2011, she obtained a Master's of Philosophy from UCT Still, specializing in public policy and administration. She later obtained her PhD iziqu zobudokotela in political science from the University of the Western Cape in 2021, and she has a certificate of competence attendance at the UCT and London School of Economics and Political Science winter course, where she did democracy and development in Africa. Dr. Moya started her working career as a tutor and teaching assistant. Are there any teachers in the house? Woo! And she was a teaching assistant at the UCT Department of Political Studies. And she was appointed as a research assistant. Do we have researchers in the house? Okay, let's do that again. Do we have researchers in the house? Yeah. All right. And projects administrator. Do we have project administrators in the house? Okay. So you're missing that one part for you to aspire to be a mayor one day. She was appointed as, dealing with the Democracy in Africa Research Unit, the DARU, and the African Legislatures Project. She was later appointed as a research assistant at the Community Law Center, University of the Western Cape, from February to December in 2010. During the World Cup. She was appointed then as the monitoring and evaluation consultant, program evaluation at the Heinrich Football Stiftung HBS until 2011 in March. She then held a position as office and project assistant at Bertha Philanthropy Services until September 2011. And in 2011, she joined the Democratic Alliance, the DA, where she was recognized as a hard worker and a woman who is committed to changing the politics of South Africa. From the 3rd of October 2011 to 30 November 2014, she was appointed as the National Manager, Performance, Development and Management System by the DA Head Office. From 1 December 2014 to 5 November 2016, she was the Provincial Manager, Support Services in Gauteng. She then joined the city of Tshwane on 7 November 2016 and was the Group Head Office of the Chief Whip, Uso Stwebu, until 14 February 2019. From 15 February 2019 to 31 May 2020, she was the Chief of Staff in the Office of the Executive Mayor. And then in 2021, she joined Action SA, where she has been serving as the Chief Governance Director since 1 April 2021. And on 19 January 2023, Dr. Moya was sworn in as PR Councillor in the city of Tshwane, and was later, my voice is rising because we're getting somewhere, was later elected as the Deputy Mayor on 18 January 2024. Are you ready for it? Dr. Nasipi Moya was elected She was elected. Yes, that's what it innovate as the executive mayor of the city of Tshwane on 9 October 2024. Woo! Dr. Moya, the floor is yours. Musari omupila so unomeilea umeya omupila so unomeilea.
Oh wow, I'm never leaving UNISA. You are too kind. I'm not used to this level of kindness. I'm not going anywhere. A program director, oh, the beautiful professor. Oh my goodness, I am having such a girl crush today. I can't help it. So just here, the girl crush, and then here. Why are we all having women here? What's happening? Men, are they discriminating you? Now I'm worried. But now, as this country, we need to tell our beautiful stories. When you have professors and the CEOs and the innovators, that looks like a girl from next door. We've come a long way, haven't we? I was raised by 5 women. You can imagine the pressure. My mom and my 4 sisters. And for me, I respond to women energy. And what I know growing up was that for you as a girl to make it, you had to do extraordinary things. And those days, to make it meant that you wear white jackets. When you've been successful, you must look different from other girls. And that is changing. We're becoming a country that is starting to look normal. Wherever you go, you see sisters and brothers, and it's normal in spaces like this. So thank you, innovators. Thank you, South Africans, for making sure that in 30 years of our democracy, we can tell our good story as this country.
the lives that were lost fighting for this moment, it wasn't for nothing. Thank you so much for that. We celebrate the good. Today, we starting the 16 days of activism. Let's not forget those who are losing their lives, whose lives are being disrupted by the monsters in their lives. We stand with them, and in each and every day, even outside the 16 days of activism, let's think of those sisters, let's think of those brothers, and let's think of the children that we are losing. And so UNISA, we are together. I saw that you have a program as well. My sister, who's an engineer, says to me, you government people are so boring with these programs. I'm saying we're not supposed to have programs, we're supposed to have work that is taking this country forward. We must stop being lazy for those who work for government. I think from me, when I was at UP on a similar program, I appointed a chief of staff, which I haven't seen here on the floor. And this chief of staff said I can separate between my reflections and the speech. Will I be allowed to do that here in the absence of that chief of staff from UP? First of all, I'm not alone. I am with the city officials, and the reason why I'm here today, Prof, by the way, not because you invited me. Can I see my colleagues from the city of Tshwane, please? Isaiah, please. You can stand. You handsome enough. All of you, all the city of Tshwane officials. I know they are handsome, but you can stop clapping now. These are the officials in the city that are forcing us to see the future. We are stuck in an escalator moment, and only these few that have forced the whole institution to see into the future. And the reason why I'm here, I know that my office said I won't be able to make it because it's council week, and we were going to send another member of the mayoral committee. I remembered the promise I made to you when we met at the beginning of the year. And I said I'll be a champion for innovation for the city for as long as I am in the city of Tshwane. And it's easier for us to forget promises, but there are promises that are too important that I thought of Dr. Shuping, very passionate and briefing me about what they do in the innovation unit of the city. And yesterday evening, before I went to bed, after 10:30, I've been heartbroken because Masanda wanna let me down on Saturday. I haven't been sleeping well. The mayor is heartbroken. And I then said to the team, listen, I will get my politicians to start work at 7 a.m. so I can make it to UNISA. It's because I know the work that they do. I know the limitations in which they work. But the cause that they are fighting for is not for them. It's for the future of not only this city or this province, but South Africa as a whole. So I salute them, and I hope me being here is not going to embarrass you. And I think, you said so many things. And you know, the disadvantage of me talking after her is that I'm from a sector that is very guilty of an escalator moment. Just yesterday, we were in Soshanguve on an imbizo, service delivery imbizo. I mean, the hall was so packed, and people were standing outside in that heat. With this heat. In that heat, the residents of Soshanguve came to listen to what we had to say, but also they came to report themselves that they've connected electricity illegally. I promised them SEPS was in there to arrest them. But the confessions that we received from them. So let me just give you a background, because we look to you as thinkers and innovators to help us. The city is owed over 26 billion rand, and 70% of that bill is by households. And the households that owe us, one, they can't afford, but they're sitting with bills of 130,000 rands. There are indigent households who exceeded the free allocation that we give them every month. So you admit a person and say you're an indigent, you give them the free services, they exceed them. And then they're sitting with a bill of 58,000 rand. And the policies of the city says, if you use more than what we have allocated to you, you must pay. How are they supposed to pay? By definition, these people do not pay. We're sitting with this debtors book that we need the money. However, we're not gonna get the money. Not because people are criminals, just because their socio-economic conditions do not allow them to pay. As the city, we have frustrated people so much that most of them have then connected themselves illegally. Because when we disconnect, they come to our customer care centers. Our official says, pay 29,000 rand to reconnect you. What are we doing as government? When our policies and legislations do not allow us to serve the people, and we then get into this escalator moment where we say, but that's what the policy says, but that's what the legislation says, but what are we saying? In a country where we say the transformational agenda should be a priority for everyone, then why are we tormenting our own? And not because we don't have the powers. The powers we have are not imaginary. They just require someone to say, this is a different way of thinking about this. That we are in a city where we've got residents in the capital city of the Republic of South Africa that get water from water tankers. You must depend on Utatu Chabu to come around with a water tanker for you to get water. Njani in a capital city. Where are the innovators to tell us, how else do you get water? If not through this, if the water is not in your taps. And these conversations are not happening. And what we then want to do is to condemn those who are serving, but we're not doing enough to serve them better. And so I'm reporting ourselves that as government, we're on an escalator moment, not yelling help, but condemning the people that we're supposed to serve. Because we can't think outside ourselves. That for me, I'm thinking now, because a prof revealed where I come from. That wasn't cool, prof. I tell people I'm from Pretoria. I'm a Pretoria girl. Well, the accent does expose me, but that I'm from a rural area. I always tell people that when I say I'm from Tata, I'm lying. I'm from a village 60 kilometers from Tata, where until even after going to Cape Town for high school, I was getting water from the river, 20 liters on my head. And I was very good at that, by the way. Like, you can even put it and, not touch the bucket. Innovation, right? I then, when things improved at home, because at home, the siblings, we were the first generation to break out of poverty. I'm saying because my nephew asked me if I've got money. I don't. Politicians are poor. And that was, when I left home was 2002, January, when I went to Cape Town. There are people in my village who still get water the way I used to get water when I was a little girl. No one is bothered by that. When we find these solutions, who are they for? If they don't lead to the improvement of our people. There's an obsession that when we've made it, we don't want to leave the boardrooms. We want to forget about our perspectives, our own experience, that now I must be embarrassed to say that floppy disk showed me flames. Huh? There was a day I didn't even have the 10 rand to buy another one. And those moments, when we think of those who come after us, how do we make sure that we don't condemn them with the experiences we already have? We've lived through that. And if you challenge me now and say, what have you done to make sure that more Nasipis leave Mpikwana, my village? Now, what have you done? Because when it comes to innovation, we're not talking about a pie in the sky situation here. We're talking about us challenging ourselves on each and every day, where we say, now that I'm in the, and this is elite, by the way, we're the elite of society. Question is, what do we do that? When they say, what do we do with that? When they say pay it forward, how do we pay it forward? We have leaders that are so out of touch with the reality. You go meet a community in Winterfeld as a leader, you wear Gucci and Louis Vuitton. What are you saying? What are we saying? Because there's a conversation that we need to have, that all of us, we have a responsibility. These positions, there's always a person who's better to be mayor. There's always someone who's better to be a lecturer. There's always but it's you now. But what do you do with it? So for me, when I go to UCT, and it's so fun that we're at UCT around the same time. Yes, I know I'm making friends. I don't have many. I couldn't speak English. So I went to a mad school for 9 years, right? And it's normal. There was nothing wrong. In fact, only a few years ago that I realized I was poor. I never knew that. I was just living my life. And from the mad school, then I went to a township school in Philippi, in Cape Town, for 3 years. I was one of the cleverest girls. You wouldn't touch me. My arrogance, like, yeah, I'm the clever one. I didn't realize, actually, there are many, many clever people out there. I get to university, I can't speak English. I never thought of it because my situation didn't require me to speak English. My teachers were closer throughout my life, except for Mrs. Cornelissen, who was trying to translate whatever she was saying in Xhosa. When I go to university, and I was actually relating this story with my caucus this morning, because I'm saying with transformation, it requires intention. When I go to UCT was prepared for a girl like me, because we then were forced to take a program where they taught me English and they taught me analytical thinking. I didn't have that before. Now, when we talk innovation, for me, whenever we have this conversation, I get the tech, I get the infrastructure, but I will always ask you to put the people at the center. Who are we doing it for and why? Because I think the issue of perspective then comes in to say, do we understand that yes, you may get your profits, yes, you may get to be the global leader in whatever you have invented, but if you have not transformed or contributed to the transformation of the people of this country or the world, you wouldn't have helped anybody. So my plea is that when we have the powers that we are borrowed, let's use them beyond ourselves. Let's pay it forward. Now, getting into the prepared speech, because I'm representing them, so they will beat me if I don't come to this. I have not acknowledged the program director, Professor Shandi, the VC, Professor Meyiwa, Ms. Rabana, the CEO and founder of Rekindle Learning, the colleagues from UNISA, Prof. Labuskaghni and other colleagues from UNISA that are here, the colleagues from government and various institutions, the distinguished guests. I heard you say friends. I'm looking for friends. It's quite an honor for me to be here this morning to address you at the official opening of the UNISA Innovation Festival. This is a gathering that embodies the collaborative spirit essential for fostering innovation and advancing sustainable urban development. Events like these remind us that innovation thrives not in isolation, but through partnerships and shared vision. This festival provides a platform to explore how collaboration can drive meaningful progress, turning challenges into opportunities to improve the lives of our people. As the capital city of South Africa, Tshwane holds a unique place in our nation's history and future. It was here that Nelson Mandela was inaugurated as South Africa's first democratically elected president, marking the dawn of a new era. Today, Tshwane is a vibrant hub of knowledge, diplomacy, and innovation. We are boastful of the honor to host over 130 diplomatic missions and 26 international organizations. Our city reflects both a global outlook and deep local roots. Tshwane's diversity and rich cultural heritage underpins our vision for inclusive innovation. Home to some of South Africa's leading academic and research institutions, our city is a melting pot of ideas. However, alongside this vibrancy lies a significant challenge: poverty and unemployment. Nearly 22.8% of Tshwane's residents live below the lower poverty line, with regions 1 and 7 being the most affected. The expanded unemployment rate stands at 37.8% as at Q3 of 2024, disproportionately affecting the youth and women. These figures underscore the urgency of our task as public servants. The realities of inequality are exacerbated by limited opportunities in peri-urban and rural areas, placing immense pressure on the informal economy. Innovation in Tshwane is not a luxury, but a necessity. It is the cornerstone of our integrated development plan, shaping how we deliver services, create economic opportunities, and build resilience. Our approach to innovation aligns closely with the Sustainable Development Goal number 9, which emphasizes the importance of industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This alignment underscores our commitment to fostering digital transformation, strengthening township economies, and enabling inclusive development. Leadership in innovation requires vision, action, and most importantly, courage to challenge the status quo. It is about fostering an ecosystem where creativity becomes second nature, woven into the fabric of governance and daily life. Tshwane's innovation strategy that was updated last year exemplifies this commitment, resting on 5 key pillars that guide our efforts to transform ideas into impactful outcomes. The first pillar, briefly, focuses on building an inclusive innovation ecosystem. Through initiatives like the Tshwane Higher Education Innovation Challenge, we collaborate with universities, TVET colleges, and organizations such as Human Sciences Research Council and the Technology Innovation Agency. This program has nurtured student-led innovations, with winning teams already turning their ideas into viable businesses. These partnerships not only generate solutions to pressing challenges, but they also create jobs and stimulate local economies, particularly in our townships. The recently concluded 2024 Tshwane Varsity Hackathon So hundreds of avid students compete in providing innovative solutions to some of the most pressing challenges faced by the city of Tshwane. The students from several universities in Gauteng helped us think about how we can lessen the burden of long lines at our municipal customer services center. They helped us think about how tourists who visit our capital city can better navigate their stay and visits to our cultural heritage sites, making our city a true tourist destination. The ideas formulated by these youngsters were impressive, and I believe they will be helpful in boosting Tshwane's economic performance. The second pillar that is in our innovation strategy emphasizes decentralizing and digitizing innovative processes. Our revamped idea management portal, set to launch early next year, will enable city employees and residents to contribute ideas and connect them to real-world challenges. By embedding innovation across all 7 regions of Tshwane, we are ensuring that every department and community feels the impact of this transformation. The third pillar, we prioritize modernizing governance structures for innovation. Effective governance ensures that innovation aligns with our strategic goal. For example, partnerships with institutions like UNISA and the University of Pretoria have trained over 50 innovation champions in design thinking, intellectual property management, and entrepreneurship. These efforts strengthen our capacity to manage and scale innovative solutions effectively. The fourth pillar focuses on piloting service delivery innovations. Mr. Ravana spoke about testing the market, so this pillar speaks to that. One such example is our partnership with Groove Tech, which is developing a cost-effective road maintenance solution using recycled plastic waste. This project, identified through collaboration with the United Nations Development Program, tackles environmental challenges while improving infrastructure. Similarly, the EcoBar project, born from a UNISA student's ingenuity, highlights the power of a community-driven solution to improve public health. The fifth and final pillar in our strategy is about building a value-adding innovation project portfolio. From waste management to renewable energy initiatives, we ensure that every project directly improves the quality of life for our residents. Through employee-led innovation, we are addressing infrastructure vandalism with one proposed solution now in prototype testing. These innovations, they demonstrate our commitment to turning ideas into actionable, impactful projects. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is critical in addressing the challenges within our informal economy, particularly the spaza shop sector. I understand that the human rights lawyers are looking for me. Are there lawyers in the room? Mayor needs lawyers. But I have said I must not be quoted out of context. I am a resident of over 4 million rand, listen to me. Yes, I'm used to those big numbers now. I'm a resident of a city with over 4 million residents. 22.8% of them live below poverty line. 38% of them are unemployed. What can the mayor do? What do you prioritize? Anyway, so the recent food safety incidents have underscored the need for regulatory compliance and the adoption of modern practices within the sector. Tshwane is implementing an online registration portal for informal traders to expedite the registration process. This portal will serve as a cornerstone for training programs aimed at empowering traders with the knowledge and the skills necessary to operate safely and sustainable. The last thing we need is to have our own spaza shops killing our own children. Digital transformation plays a pivotal role in this effort. Digital literacy programs for informal traders are enabling them to expand their market reach and access e-commerce platforms. This is especially significant in township economies, where the lack of digital skills has historically limited opportunities. We don't want a situation where umagogo can't proceed or have a thriving spaza shop because we've excluded them digitally. And so we need a way to communicate with umagogo using these platforms to say, how do we make it simpler in the language that umagogo speaks? And these are the things that are hard to do because we haven't thought about it, because we have forgotten the perspective of umagogo. And so we're also inviting, by equipping traders with these skills, we're not only fostering economic growth, but also creating pathways for greater inclusivity in our city. We're also inviting businesses to collaborate with the city in co-developing innovation hubs in underserved areas. These hubs will serve as spaces for creativity, entrepreneurship, and research directly addressing systematic inequalities and unlocking local potential. Therefore, academic institutions remain central to our innovation efforts, and we are encouraging them to partner with us on research and development projects that align with the city's strategic goals, ensuring that we remain a hub for knowledge and innovation. Our aspirations extend beyond the city of Tshwane. Through the U20 C40 Cities platform, we are proposing multi-city pilot projects to test scalable urban solutions. A week ago, we were in Brazil, and the city of Tshwane and the city of Joburg were awarded the opportunity to chair the Urban 20 conference next year. And I said to the conveners of the conference, in Tshwane, we don't want a cliche of an event. That means starting the day that it was awarded, we need to work as the city of Tshwane so we can prepare for that conference. Preparation means we won't do what we did in Brazil, where we were just listening to politicians talk the whole day. That will be taking them to sites where these projects are happening, and that should be 70% of the program. But it means whatever solutions you're talking about here, they must land into the program. Isaiah, I'm looking at you, yes. And so these projects that we're looking at must address shared challenges like housing, renewable energy, sustainable water provision, and waste management, providing insights that benefit cities globally. The U20 offers an opportunity to build on our own successes while learning from others, ensuring that innovation drives sustainable urban development at a global scale. Our successes have not gone unnoticed. Tshwane's recognition by the Center for Public Service Innovation and the South African Innovation League underscores the effectiveness of our collaborative approach. Projects like Adopt a Spot, which mobilizes communities to reclaim and beautify neglected spaces, exemplify how partnerships can drive environmental change. Meanwhile, awards from the Municipal Innovation Maturity Index affirm our leadership in aligning innovation with global standards. While we are proud of these achievements, it is important to emphasize that these awards are not the ultimate goal. Instead, they serve as valuable markers of progress, demonstrating how far we have come and providing motivation for the work that lies ahead. We recognize that our innovation journey is ongoing, and our focus must remain on scaling the city's innovation systems to broaden its impact across the city of Tshwane. By expanding the reach of our initiatives and embedding innovation even more deeply into our daily operations. Looking ahead, Tshwane is committed to scaling renewable energy projects, such as solar installations in public houses and particularly in informal settlements, and leveraging artificial intelligence to enhance governance and service delivery. These efforts align with our broader goal of creating a sustainable, inclusive city that is resilient to future challenges. Public-private partnerships are integral to achieving these objectives. Collaborations like those in the Roslyn Automotive Special Economic Zones illustrate how industry partnerships can create jobs, upskill workers, and contribute to sustainable development. Our renewable energy initiatives are further examples of how partnerships with private companies are helping to reduce our carbon footprint while addressing energy insecurity. As we gather at this festival, let us remember that innovation is a collective endeavor. Government is not just one player. We have a role to play as government, but we need the participation of businesses, academia, civil society, and residents to create a future where innovation is the form, not the exception. Next year, Tshwane has the privilege of co-hosting the 2020 U20 cycle I spoke about. We'll be doing this in partnership with the City of Joburg. This platform underscores our leadership in sustainability, inclusivity, and innovation. It challenges us to continue transforming challenges into opportunities, creating a city that inspires and uplifts its residents. It provides an opportunity to share our successes, learn from other cities, and contribute to a global movement that prioritizes resilience and equity. Together, we can build a brighter, more innovative future for all who call Tshwane home. Thank you, and I look forward to the ideas and partnerships that will emerge from this event. And as I end, one of the things that I have not learned as a new politician is to have my voice just taking me through a 30-minute speech. I'm learning. Strepsils are failing me today. It's one of the things I haven't learned as a mayor. How do you get your voice to carry you for 30 minutes? But my call to you today, in addition to your kindness that you demonstrated before I started this speech, is that each and every one of us, we must lead with innovation and collaboration, ensuring that in this city, in this province, in this country of ours, no one is left behind in our journey towards progress. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Mayor, we are so honored. You are Honorable Mayor, and we are honored to be in your presence and to listen to the exciting and innovative programs of our city. I was fascinated by the 5 pillars of innovation. I didn't know that. Now I do. Aren't you glad you came to the Innovation Festival? Right? Turn to the person sitting behind you and say, whoa, what a festival. And if there's no one sitting behind you, just look to the wall and say, yes. Pella, some of us didn't know about festivals. You know, when we were young, we would hear on Radio Zulu, Kansas City would be like, Imadadeni Music Festival coming up. I mean, that's all we knew about festivals. So we are really relishing and we're really excited about this festival. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time where we will take a few questions so that we will engage. And I don't know, Prof. Meyiwa, it strikes me how innovation cuts across different disciplines. I mean, it's multi, it's inter, it's trans. I see innovation everywhere, in law, in science, in languages. I mean, I deal with languages, and you know, people, when they learn new languages, they are very innovative. Have you ever forgotten an English word? It's like here, you end up saying, it's that thing, man. The thing that goes, you know that thing. The thing that makes the pots do the things that makes the pots. innovation, it's everywhere. We see it everywhere. So let's take questions, and then after those, I hear lunch is calling, so we'll be innovative with that. We'll have lunch and tea together. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Questions? Could I have someone assisting us with the roving mics? Questions? No? Oh, okay, we're rushing to lunch. Okay, you are acknowledged, sir, right there. And right by the door, two, let me show. Oh, no, we need to start with you. Yes, let's do things right. So we go one, we go two, sir, and ma'am, by the door, and then, yeah, you're the last one. We'll keep them short, ne? Let's innovate with how we ask our questions. All right, Kuri, do you have a mic? Tlatobetsa, ne? Yeah, let's see if that one works.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
All right. Thank you very much. This is Mahlati Matabati. First question is to our sister there, Ms. Ribana, which goes like this. It's all about the system development. The idea that I have, I want to design something that has to do with mobile application app. So that thing is going to be interactive in terms of with government. It's going to help all the household in all South Africa. So I wanted to ask, in terms of innovating that, as far as you gave us the ideas on how to do the prototypes on, without obviously paying anything. So I wanted to ask, how do we go about in terms of finding that right knowledge to program whatever that you have in terms of application software?
Okay, finding the right knowledge to make sure that you create and innovate. And then maybe for a bit of a demo, you know, you can just go ahead and try those platforms. But
Yes,
how do we find?
And then our question to our mayor is,
Oh.
as she started to, yeah, there is a last question. As she started to talk there, she mentioned something about her sister who's studying engineering, where she had a conversation with her, I think earlier today or maybe yesterday. She mentioned something about her sister telling her that South Africa, it's about time that we've been speaking or discussing, having conferences and everything. It is about time that we must be innovative and practicalize our ideas. So I think in terms of emphasis and to justify what she said, in terms of paraphrasing, it is best that South Africa must start this illusion or disillusionment of saying we are always government and private sectors. We're discussing ideas, practicals and all the things. It is about time that we need to practicalize our ideas, make them visible. Thank you very much.
Aha. All right. Let's take the second one. Thank you very much, Mahlati.
Thank you, Program Director. I don't really have a question. I think this is a comment, having listened to our Honorable Mayor speaking about the plans on prototyping innovation around the city of Tshwane. And I think it's really something that government needs to really look at. There is a lot of prototyping that happens, and there's very little uptake, right, of those technologies that gets taken up by government. For instance, we say government, when we look at grassroots innovations right at the beginning of the entrepreneurial journey, there's very little investment that will come from the private sector. Government needs to ensure that that happens, and we're doing that quite well, right? Also, when we go to commercializing of technologies, government will most likely take the first loss. But why are we not strengthening the uptake, right, of these technologies? There's a lot of technologies that we, in the past, you know, have prototyped with municipalities, but the problem is with the uptake. So let's focus more on uptaking these technologies rather than just prototyping and leaving them out. There is a need for us as government to look at how we procure indigenous innovations and looking at the PFMA, how it's structured in that uptake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By the door.
Thank you very much. It's Advocate Nsaluba here, Nasipi from Tsomo. And thank you for the presentation. It's quite exciting to listen to our own timber taking us to a destination. Let me start off with the first presentation, the one that deals with the rekindling. Let me try and be polite and say, you have a track of innovators, but you have another track that deals with the consequences of innovation, which some of them are human rights related. Let me use the one that I'm always passionate about, the one on drones. Drones are exciting. We could have so many drones. But for me, as an international human rights person or a data privacy lawyer, I have a problem. So I'm then wanting to say, as we innovate, at what point are we having a melting point of all these competencies such that we deal with a full risk management of each product, not we knee-jerk when then there are court cases. Coming to Nasipi, my response to your creative pillars, and I must say, one thing that I loved about Tshwane is that I used to comment that you can just go to the church square and get connectivity, whilst inside government, we don't have that connectivity. That's how progressive the municipalities have been. And it was a product from UP, by the way. Now, my issue is we have innovators. The statistics show that in Africa, we don't register, we don't patent, we don't register designs, but we innovate. The question is, how do we assist our young innovators to do both? Okay. But I want lastly to take you to the serious one, that after the person has prototyped everything, it's not going to the market. Guess why? Because you'll be told, we're not sure whether the procurement system will allow you. What are we doing with procurement to allow innovation? Thank you.
All right, procurement. Oh, okay, all right, and last one. You'll keep it short, ne?
Sure.
Yeah, temp.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Oratile Kiamujaki, and I have a very simple question. The mayor spoke about when we build solutions or innovate, who are the solutions for and why? And I think this is something that I also struggle with, because with technology, you tend to look forward and want to build amazing tech. So how do you balance between over-innovating, because you are looking into maybe the future, and how do you keep it local in the context of where you come from?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ah, my trust was like, it was not misled. Thank you. You did great. Thank you very much for the questions. Let's start. Madam Mayor, it's okay, you can, there we go.
Thank you so much. Let me thank those who have spoken to interact with us. What we don't want is to deliver speeches that didn't land. People didn't even get what we were saying. So the interaction is very welcomed. I think on the first one, in terms of the uptake for technologies, it's also going to talk to the point we mentioned about the MFMA. The last time that I was part of an event like this was at UP in July or June, if I'm not mistaken. And Salga was there. There was an advocate from, oh, doesn't it?
Thank you. Oh, wow. I thought.
Right.
Oh, okay. Let me start. So in terms of Mahlatsi, the issue of the uptake of technologies and how we invest, I think what is gonna be important is something that the president keeps saying, that we need bankable projects to attract investment. And I think the process that Mr. Rabane was outlining here is that not every idea is ready for the market. And so we shouldn't then, only want to talk, waste the money, but we must also talk about the level of preparedness of the projects that we are putting to the market. When it comes to government, again, we are the biggest culprit. I know that every time I meet innovators, I'm asking for solutions. Resolve this for EPWP, do this for our heritage sites. Then the question is, okay, here's the solution, what then? I go to the MFMA, I'm constrained.
Sure.
We then said to Salga that day and the advocate from UP that for some reason I forgot his name now. You guys are the lawyers, advocate. You are the lawyers. What is it in the MFMA that I can change and take to Salga so that we can allow ourselves to use the solutions that we have asked for innovators to produce?
Nice.
So it's no longer, so I said, I'm sure there are smart people in this country. Someone has thought about it. Bring us to say, this provision of the MFMA, if you look at it this way and you change the wording from Mars to May, it's going to pass the constitutional test, then go to the Minister of COGTA and get it changed.
Right.
Now, it's not always about what are you doing about it. Also, I mean, can you just come forward if you know what to do, other than just like, always asking, what can we do? If you have solutions, please come forward.
Yep.
I've put myself out there, in July already when it comes to the procurement process, because that's what constrains us. Just the hackathon we had at TUT, there were winners there. Those solutions are not in the city, but they were for the city. Who else needs solutions to heritage sites?
Sure.
It's us. But where I am now as the mayor, I can't procure because they will say it's an unsolicited bid. So this is where then the collaboration comes in. That is not only the entrepreneurs or only the innovators or government. Also, we need the legal heads to come to the table to assist and guide us on that. So I'm very much open to that. I think the other issue that was the issue of investment, I think once we agree on this principle of bankable projects, money is everywhere in South Africa, but people put money where they think it's worth. However, I don't think as government we've promoted innovation as much as we should have done. Hence, for me, I'm a self-appointed innovation champion for the city of Tshwane. But I don't think government as a whole, because of this legislation and the limitation, that we also just gave up. So I also think that we have a responsibility that in the platforms that we take, we also promote the innovators from Tshwane, for instance. And then the issue of, for me, over innovation, I think Mr. Rabana is best placed because you spoke about perspective.
Yeah.
I said, have people at the center. Whatever you innovate, it's not for you, it's not for your ambitions, it's for the people going to consume the solution that you have produced. Therefore, I do want her to emphasize the point, because mine was influenced by the point that she raised about the role of perspective, which grounds you in reality when you do these innovations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Before you respond, Mayor Rabana, we just need to thank the mayor once again, our honorable mayor, for gracing us with your presence. We know how busy you are, so we really appreciate that. And your voice did carry you through the 30 minutes. So for that, we are grateful. Could we just give her a round of applause? Simphelezele ngezandla. Thank you very much. And thank you to your entourage as well for accompanying you. We appreciate you. All right, over to you.
Thank you so much. Let me tackle, I think, the first question around where's the ideal place to sort of get the knowledge and the tools to be able to build these applications. I think you mentioned one specifically for government services. I think in the presentation I covered, I mentioned a couple of the tools that I've personally used and strongly recommend. And simply by going to that website, they have, onboarding tutorials for anyone who's never used these tools to start from. And even if that's not enough, there's people that are on YouTube who are using those tools and are talking about how you use those tools and giving you more and more tips. That is literally as much as you're ever going to need to know to be able to use those tools, because they are no-code tools. So it's essentially being able to use them without you don't have to be a coder. Yes, you can go to some of the UNISA programs that I know the Vice Principal mentioned that you can learn to code, but I specifically mentioned those ones because they are no-code tools, which means that anyone who really wants to build something out can actually do that. As an example, I had a similar presentation to a business audience, and one of the CEOs of a listed property company looked at those tools, and they spent the next 2 weekends building out an app. And that's a CEO of a listed business who is super busy. There's absolutely no good reason anyone who wants to do this won't do it for themselves. Just get online and start Googling. One of the things I always mention in our first business is that we literally Googled our way to success. There is nothing that you cannot find online if you want to have it. If you're waiting for someone to bring it to you, that's when the challenges start. So I really, really urge you. I'm also waiting to share a link to my presentation if you'd like to have a look at some of the additional tools and links that I mentioned. There was the other comment that the mayor wanted me to follow up on. I think the question was, how do we make sure that we're not innovating, beyond where sort of our users or people or end customers might be? And this is where it's so, so important to do experiments with real customers and users. Then that will catch you from going into la-la land and sort of imagining a customer who isn't even ready yet. If you have customer interviews and engagements like I illustrated on that mum test with an actual working tool that you have shown, that's the only way to ground yourself in reality. Otherwise, you do get too intellectual and theoretical and academic about it, and it goes in the wrong direction. And it's often difficult to start doing it. Most people avoid it, and that's why you'll spend 2 years working on an idea and never putting it in front of customers, and that's where they waste money and resources. It allows you to stay in your own little perfect world where to you it's great, but everything breaks when you start to engage with customers. I mentioned, those tools that you can use for these products and things. I mentioned them as prototype creating tools, but they're actually tools you can launch with. There are companies now in the US that raise their first bit of money based on the tools that I indicated to you there. It's not just a prototype that you can't use in real life to actually launch a business. So that's sort of incorrect framing on my part. They are real tools that you can launch an organization with. And not just prototypes. I think those were the comments that were pointed at me. One last comment I will make, though, given the questions that went to the mayor, is that it is not necessarily realistic, in my view, to expect a government or government body to be the first adopter of innovation or products and tools. Governments need to operate in a context where they are scaling proven solutions. So if you as an innovator are sitting back saying, I'm waiting for a government contract to, get this thing out there, that's the wrong way to think about it. You needed to be proving your product with smaller markets and selling it to other people. It is wholly unrealistic, in my experience, to expect a government to be a first adopter of a tool. And I think that's something that we need to keep in mind if you really, really want to tackle the problems there. You've got to sell to normal businesses or normal end users first to validate that your stuff is working. That's my last recommendation. Thanks.
Okay. Did we cover all the questions? I think you had a one response for all of the questions. Okay. I'm told that we can take 2 more questions. So we've been given grace, almost like our exams, where we get like 15 minutes grace period. Do we have more questions? One, sir, right here. Is there anyone? Let me just check the other sides so that I'm not one-sided kind of. Okay. All right, ma'am, we'll take you the second question, and then there was a third one right there. Okay, that's it. We have 3. Did I check all the codes? Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. The question that I actually have was actually supposed to be answered by the executive mayor. Unfortunately, she's now gone. But now we actually have a site that we have built in Hammanskraal in Babelegi. So the site is for the refinery for concentrate, which is chrome. Now, what I wanted with the municipality is that what is their take? Because we saw that Tshwane doesn't actually have a trade site whereby the learners and the students who have done their N6 in engineering and other studies, they actually struggle coming to do their practicals. They usually go to Indlela, and that is the most famous trade site that they usually go to. Now we have built a site in Hammanskraal. We don't want to actually take concentrate to China. We want to actually develop some products in South Africa. What is the take for the city of Tshwane to do with it?
All right. Prof, this one was for the executive mayor. Is there any way that those questions could be consolidated and maybe forwarded to? Okay. So after this program, you can come to me and then we'll get all the details and we'll forward them. Thank you very much. Ma'am, right there.
Thank you so much. My question is directed at Mr. Rabelang. Thank you so much for that video about trying to ask incisive questions that make meaningful answers for customer discovery. I realized for my idea it was difficult to get respondents to answer to my customer discovery survey because you sort of don't want to ask them a leading question, so you want to be creative, but then they want to be saved time. So how can we use incisive questioning to save time and be able to get the responses that you want without necessarily leading them to think about the solution that you want to put at market?
All right. Thank you for that question. And if we have colleagues from the Economic and Management Sciences, here's an opportunity for an SLP on creating questions that are relevant for that testing. I hope you are here and you're taking notes. Last question, where were you? Right there.
I'm here. Thank you so much for the time. I'll try to keep it brief. My question, I think it was more directed to the mayor. We cannot deny the influence of social media. So I'm just commenting based on there are certain innovations that come out of people being in dire conditions and trying to survive the harsh environment that they live in. And in my view, I think those type of innovations often get bypassed because we look for innovations that are here within our academic spheres or within corporate sector. Yet I think those innovations that come out of those dire situations, those are actually the innovations that are without question relevant to the people because they directly address the situations that people are in. I think the mayor spoke about unemployment, which is a reality. So my question is more about how, or do we have structures to identify those innovations and upscale them, and because they are already there in the community and they are helping. So I honestly think they go unnoticed.
Okay.
Yet, yeah, thank you.
All right, great. Again, please see me after this program, and we'll put all those, we'll consolidate them for the attention of the executive mayor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end of our program, but before we do so, there are two questions I need to pose to you, just to give you something to chew on as well. You have tea. Did you see what I did there? Yeah. Okay. So we're here. We have DITTC working with the vice principal here, and they actually put this program together, and this is their portfolio. But I'm not sure if we all know what DITTC means. That's the first question, and if you answer this one, you'll be first on that row when food is served. That's your reward. By show of hands, how many of us know what DITTC means? Prof. Kosi says she's first. Show of hands. 1, 2, 3. And I see those hands like they're going like you're dancing. All right, so you can take this down, you can tweet it, you can exit. It's the Directorate for Innovation, Technology Transfer, and Commercialization. Sounds like something you can tell maybe a lady if you're proposing love. Organjan. DITTC. Right? And the second one is, when was DITTC established at UNISA? Anyone? Anyone? It looks like we will all be second when we go for food. Yes, ma'am. I know. This is team. Not really, like swap the numbers like this. Then it will be correct. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Yay! Fun fact. And so you'll get more fun facts when you go to our Twitter and you check InnoFest 2024 or UNISA Innovation Festival 2024 to tweet, to X, but also get more fun facts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and my joy and my exceptional excitement that I announce that we can now go for tea, and a few minutes later we'll have lunch. Please be back at 1:30. 1:30, so that we will continue with the program. And of course, when we continue, we will have more exciting parts of the program. And during the week, ladies and gentlemen, remember this is just the first day of the Innovation Festival. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we'll have more events, chock full of events throughout the university. With those words, enjoy your tea, enjoy your lunch, have fun, innovate. Thank you very much. Please send them a message, a WhatsApp, call them, and just say, come quickly, I'm about to present, or come quickly, come see so-and-so presenting. So we have about 60 seconds to do that. Send them an email, say, run, we're about to do this thing. So in about 60 seconds, we'll begin with this afternoon session of our program. Can we have a bit of music? While people call their friends and family and neighbors, don't forget neighbors, so they know what we are busy with at UNISA. Thank you very much to the organizers and the caterers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day where we will have the crucible pitching sessions, where we are looking at different innovations and innovators and exciting new things. I think we heard this morning that when we innovate, we look at what we need locally and things that are not just locally relevant, but also internationally relevant. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the pitches. I know that those who are pitching are nervous, but that's okay. Be nervous, we'll be excited. It's okay. We are balancing things out. It's division of labor. Take your nervousness and turn it into excitement for us. So before we continue, can I just introduce judges? So when we say they are judges, we are not saying that, this is high stakes competition. They are judging, they are assessing, right? And they will give us feedback. So these are the judges. Give our judges a bit of love, ladies and gentlemen, before we introduce them. All right, the harder you clap, maybe they'll give you more points. All right, so let's first introduce Billy Bukako, who is the head of Incubation Small Enterprise Development Agency, the CEDA. Billy is currently the head of incubation at CEDA, where he manages support of a total of 122 incubators across the country. An alumnus of the NMMU and the TUT, He holds an MTech degree in industrial engineering, specializing in technology management. He has over 19 years of industry experience gained from the power cables industry, the automotive industry, and the enterprise development sector. Prior to joining CEDA, Billy has been with the Innovation Hub as the head of Climate Innovation Center, South Africa. He has also worked for the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, as the Enterprise Development Portfolio Manager, a role which saw him spearheading research into new enterprises and commercialization internal research projects across various fields, which include, but not limited to, that's very important, agro-processing, ICT, nanotechnology, lithium batteries, green economy, industrial parks, policy and strategy formulation, and in 2017, he was awarded the Emerging Leader Award at the CSIR, among other awards. He is also the founder and director of House of Basil, a luxury male underwear, woo-wee, as well as Likutswana Holdings, a consultancy organization. He sits in multiple various advisory boards. A round of applause for Billy. Woo! Let's chat after this. Nhlanhla Dlamini is a specialist corporate investments partnerships office of the CEO at NYDA. She is responsible for spearheading lobby and advocacy efforts to mainstream youth development programs across both the public and corporate sectors and civil society bodies. Her role encompasses the establishment of strategic public and corporate partnerships, effective stakeholder management, and resource mobilization. With 17 years of extensive experience in the youth development space, motivated self-starter with a deep passion for advancing youth development initiatives, professional journey characterized by commitment to driving impactful youth development programs and fostering collaborative relationships to achieve sustainable outcomes. A round of applause for Nhlanhla. And then we have Mpho Pekane, the Spatial and Strategic Planning Specialist. She is an experienced spatial strategic planning specialist with years of experience in local government. Throughout her career, she has been driven by a commitment to solving complex challenges, particularly those with complex social, environmental, and economic impact. Her experiences have not only refined her technical expertise, but also strengthened her entrepreneurial interests. Mpho excels in environments that provide rooms to explore, challenge traditional approaches, and continually adapt to meet emerging needs in the dynamic world of city planning and development. To address societal challenges and enhance economic value, there needs to be room for discovery and innovation of ideas. This requires the approach of an entrepreneurial mindset using the lens of pragmatism, yes, to resolve real-world problems. Mpho is apt at bringing together cross-functional teams, rally stakeholders around a shared vision, and iterate on feedback. Mpho's view on the exciting world of innovation is that innovation is not a one-time only event, but a continuous cycle of improvement and reinvention. A round of applause for Mpho. Right, ladies and gentlemen, judges, we thank you, we appreciate you, and we're looking forward to your comments and your feedback and your judging, because that's what you'll be doing, judging. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to hear from the pitchers, and we're excited. Can we all stand and shake ourselves, getting ready, like how I won't say Mike Tyson got ready for that last fight. That's not a good thing to say when people are about to pit. But let's just get ready and commiserate with our pitchers because they're about to engage in exciting word. Please let us get up. No, we don't want to get up. It's okay. Let's all say a very big good luck, pitchers. All right, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Good luck, pitchers. Let's say it again. Let's say it again like you mean it. 1, 2, 3. Good luck, pitchers. Woo! All right. Now we are in business. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, our first presenter is Prof. V. Sambo. The development of an app available on both iOS and Android platforms with a framework for internal audit effectiveness. Prof. Sambo, a round of applause. Woo! Oh, sorry, before you continue, just gather that strength. Okay. So our presenters have 7 minutes each, and after the 7 minutes of presentation, the judges will have 3 minutes of feedback. At the 5-minute mark, you will get notification. That side, it says 2 minutes. Can you see it?
No, I can't.
You cannot see it. So if you see a white piece of paper, yeah, because it's also faint for me, and I'm wearing glasses. Yeah. So let's just say when you see a white piece of paper, yeah. Then you know you are at 5-minute mark. Yeah. So wrap up in 2 minutes, and I shall stop you. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad that you are happy with that. All right, over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. A very good afternoon, colleagues. It is a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. As introduced, my name is Viola Sambo. I am from the College of Economic and Management Sciences. I'm going to talk to you very briefly today about an innovation that I'm currently working on. This emanates from my doctoral studies, so it's something that I'm very excited about because I birthed it, right? Okay, so I won't go into that in the interest of time. I'll go straight into the problem that I'm trying to solve. So within what we call the combined assurance framework, which consists of management of institutions, and in my case, it is managers within public institutions, and then there would be internal auditors. We call them the second line of defense in terms of ensuring that risks are taken care of within institutions, there are internal controls, and so on and so forth. And then you have your external auditors. These are the guys that come in after the fact and then look and check the financials to make sure that everything is in order, right? Within this framework, there is a problem. And all of us, I'm sure we listen to the news, we hear the Auditor General when she presents or when they present their reports every year where they highlight the problems within public institutions pertaining to financial management, right? Then the question that we all ask ourselves is, what is then the role of the people that work within these institutions, more especially your internal auditors, whose role it is to ensure operational efficiency, risk mitigation, as well as quality assurance. But we're not seeing this when the Auditor General produces their reports every year. We get a very grim picture. The Auditor General recently produced a report for local government, and it does not make for good reading. So this is the problem that we are faced with. Now, the other thing that we see is when the external auditors come, they do not necessarily place reliance on the reports of internal auditors. They almost like throw them in the bin. They do not trust them. So I'm asking myself, this is, we call them the second line of defense, so we should essentially be placing reliance on these colleagues. And that is not the case, and I mean, we see what is happening in terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure and so on and so forth. So what can we do for our internal auditors to be able to add value to this combined assurance framework that we are talking about? I mean, this is huge, colleagues. This talks to the financial management of our country, our municipalities, where service delivery is meant to be taking place. But there is a lot of issues there. Now, how can we then assist the internal auditors? We've identified the problem. The problem is that the internal auditors do not seem to be doing what is expected of them: operational efficiency, ensuring that there is a mitigation of risk, as well as a quality assurance. Now, how can we then assist the internal auditors to ensure that they do add value in this combined assurance framework? What I then came up with in my doctoral study, I came up with a framework for internal audit effectiveness. This framework has got around 18 conditions. These are the preconditions that ensure internal audit effectiveness. So if all those conditions are in place, the internal audit function should then be effective. Then the purpose of this framework is to improve the implementation of internal audit functions within the public sector, which is national, provincial, as well as local government. And the contribution would be immense, because this will give internal auditors or chief internal auditors, which are heads of internal audit functions, an opportunity to step back and ask themselves those questions in line with those conditions from the framework that I developed from my doctoral study, which we are putting into an application for ease of access, right? So the contribution would then be an improved internal audit function that can work hand in hand with external auditors. When external auditors come, they don't throw away the reports of internal audit. They use those reports to complement their own work that they do as external auditors. Now, I spoke about the application that I'm developing that is going to house this framework that I've developed as part of my doctoral study. I'm working with an application developer to assist me in this regard. So far, we have developed the first page, the landing page, will look like the first part here that reads audit framework for internal audit effectiveness. That's the landing page, and then the next page will explain what the purpose of this application is, its contribution, practical use, and then a user will start logging in. One of the nice things about this is one can even use their LinkedIn, because it's an app for professionals. So one can even use either their Google login details or their LinkedIn login details. And the last picture that I have there is an example of some of those preconditions that I referred to. And some of these, you know, as a chief audit executive, you need to ask yourself, is there follow through in terms of internal audit plans? You know, we don't just come up with plans and not follow through on them. There is the 3-year plan that internal auditors work on. Is that done in consultation with management? So it's a framework that will sit within this application, which will consist of a total of 18 preconditions so far, and we are working with my doctoral students to add more variables or preconditions, because in terms of rollout, we want to start with national and provincial government departments and then move to municipalities. one of my former doctoral students is from Lesotho, and she did her research within local government. So we want to package this and roll it out in neighboring countries as well. So in terms of feasibility, this should be, we are very much confident that it will be feasible and we will be able to sustain this. The users will pay a subscription fee to use this. I mean, in terms of numbers, we're looking at 28 national departments, 11 provincial departments. There's 257 municipalities in the country, and we still have SOEs that are governed by the PFMA, because this is reading from the PFMA and other literature around the effectiveness of internal audit functions. So we're very much confident that this application of ours will be very sustainable in the future. Years to come. Someone earlier on talked about prototypes that come in, but there's no take up. But we're very much confident that there will be take up, and this particular application will be sustainable going into the future. Once the development is complete, we will be going into a number of departments to do testing and make sure that what we have developed is what our potential customers are looking for. So that is it in a nutshell. Colleagues, in the 7 minutes that I had, just in terms of the team, it's myself, it's my current and former doctoral students, as well as the contracted app developer that we are working with on this project. We're quite excited. There was quite some delays in terms of getting the app developer on board, but finally on the 15th of November, the contract and everything was finalized, and we are now on track in making sure that possibly early next year we will start with the testing of the application. With that said, thank you very much, colleagues.
Prof. Sambo, first of all, well done on the work and your research. I think you're really solving a critical problem within the public service space. So well done on that work. I think it would make my job quite easy if you can split this thing up and get it implemented. But just a few comments from my side. I wanted to check, I've got a question and a comment, right? The first one is that the reason why external auditors like AGSA, your Deloitte and all of those do not necessarily depend on internal reports is because of the question around the integrity of the data that we put inside. And even if they use the app, right, or they use this platform of yours to harvest that information, what have you put in place, or what are you planning to put in place to ensure that the integrity of the data is not compromised? That's the first question I have. And I see in terms of your market aggregation, almost 100% of your outlook is government. And I just want to quickly take you back to the conversation we had with the mayor when she was here around the difficulty of, onboarding these useful, innovative solutions onto our public service, right? And maybe an advice for me is to try and look at a way that you can build this so that it does not only focus on government, because reality is out of those 257 municipalities, you're most likely to get less than 5%, because of the challenges that we have with the procurement policy. But maybe as a word of advice, try and look at a certain module of this that can also speak to the public sector. Otherwise, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that nice presentation, excuse me. I'd like you to please take me through the evidence gathering in terms of the research that you've done. I see you saying if we employ all 18 we should be able to achieve clean audits. Perhaps for me, it's a question of what informs that information, and have we considered testing this, and where's the human element? I'm also asking in terms of audits. There's the regulatory aspect, but there's also the human aspect in terms of not being able to record certain information based on certain human elements. I just want to find out if that aspect has been factored into your app, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sambo, for the presentation. I think mine would be just around, I know there isn't yet an app like that, but there are norms and standards that are practiced in audit, right? So what I want to know is that what would be the motivating or differentiator, for the uptake. I think it's already been mentioned that there's obviously constraints around, government and buying into and the processes that, come with the uptakes. So yeah, that would be my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, judges, for your questions. Firstly, the question around how would I assure integrity of data that is collected by internal auditors. Okay, so let me, so the framework is not, okay, so let me answer the question like this. The framework is meant to ensure internal audit effectiveness. So if a head of internal audit goes through the questions that emanate from the preconditions of the framework, once they've answered those questions will enable them to reflect in terms of the effectiveness of their function, right? So, for example, one of the preconditions is effective communication between internal and external stakeholders. And we know internally within institutions, the most important stakeholder is management, because management are the ones that implement the recommendations of auditors. So it's then becomes very important for there to be very good communication between internal auditors and management of public institutions or any other institution, isn't it? Now, so that is one of the preconditions. There should be that, good communication. So the head of internal audit would then reflect on that, and if they find that there are any gaps, what this will also do is it will give them solutions or possible solutions, because they, on each of these preconditions, or it's in a form of questions within the app that they would need to answer. For example, is there effective communication between you and your stakeholders? And if they answer yes or no, they are able to also add some qualitative information or comment, right? So in that way, based on the answers that they've provided, they will be able to generate a report wherein we will be able to then provide them with solutions in terms of where we would have identified gaps, in terms of how they've answered the questions that come from the preconditions. So in that way, what we're saying is this will enable an internal audit function to become effective such that they add value to the combined assurance framework. And that would then also take care of this lack of trust that is there, with the public or external auditors when it comes to internal auditors. I hope that answers the question, and I take your suggestion to say I should look at other institutions other than the government. I welcome that. It's just that at this stage, this was done on the back of the PFMA and the MFMA. So, but with our next stages and with potential funding, we should be able to look at the private sector. Right, because I mean the audit fraternity itself, it has lost credibility, if we are to be honest. So if we look at some of these things and allow the people that work within this sector to reflect, and we should then be able to help them with solutions where there are gaps. That's what we are looking to do. And the evidence gathering, ma'am, this framework comes from my doctoral study. So it was a research, there was empirical research that was done, there was a case study. My case study was one of the public institutions, and so it went through all the academic protocols for me to be awarded the doctoral qualification 6 years ago. So that is how the evidence came about in terms of the framework. And I'm not saying that this framework will result in clean audits. No. So what I'm saying is internal audit has got its role within the combined assurance framework. They need to make sure that there are controls in place within institutions, and some of these controls may contribute to an institution achieving clean audits, of course. But of course, there are other things, because what the Auditor General looks at is both financial and non-financial information. So, and that's where what you're referring to as the human element, other than having a good of annual financial statements, there's other things such as making sure that you comply with legislation, you comply with SCM legislation. That's where we're seeing most of the problems within public institutions. So in line with my previous answer, once internal audit functions have taken into account all these issues that need to be in place for their functions to be effective, we're hoping that they will be in a position to add the value that they are expected to add, and if that contributes to a clean audit, that would be great. And lastly, norms and standards, what is the differentiator? Yes, Judge, there isn't an app like this in the market so far. There is no app that looks at internal audit effectiveness. When I was applying for the funding that I have, that I'm using currently for the development of my app, I had to present my case in terms of showing what's in the market. And all that's in the market currently is what assists internal auditors in carrying out the audits. There is nothing that says, hold on, let's take a step back and look within ourselves to see whether we are achieving what we should be achieving, whether we are adding value to these institutions or not, because what we are seeing in the form of the reports of the Auditor General tells us that something is wrong in the system. And we are quite confident that with the use of this framework that will be housed in this app, that we would like, it will be available on the iOS and Android platforms for ease of access to our executives within internal audit functions, then that should be an innovation that is currently not in place.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sambo. Another round of applause. This is a festival. We are in business now. Thank you very much. My only request would be, please consider people with disabilities as time goes on, so that we make it inclusive. Thank you very, very much. Let us now welcome to the fore Mbuso Ngongo, who's here to talk to us about Umbalabala. A round of applause. Okay, do you want me to take this away or you're going to set up here?
No, it's fine. Yeah, this will just join me and look pretty here.
All right.
Yeah. Right. I am looking for my presentation using someone else's computer. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Can we get assistance, please?
I
found it.
I found it. I
Great.
found it. Thank you. Now my next challenge, slideshow. Yes. Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, lovely. How can we make learning mathematics easy, fun, enjoyable? How can we assist educators to teach mathematics? How can we assist assessors to make their job easy? These are the three questions that I intend answering today. I have found that 750 million adults cannot read, write, or count. And that 2/3 billion children also cannot read, write, or count, even though they're in school. I have realized that this poor participation and poor performance in the literacy and numeracy will lead to poor performance in the fourth industrial revolution. I have then created what I call umbalabala. Umbala is a color, ubala is to count, ibala is a space. We put all of that together to gamify mathematics. This is what you are seeing in action. Just by the way, the manufacturing of this device was funded by the Innovation Challenge in 2019. In 2019, I presented a concept of a digitizer, a scanner, and today I'm presenting it to you. I went and I built it, and it's here, and it works. And so I want to say thank you to the University of South Africa for making my dream possible. What we then do, so what we then do is we gamify. We use tokens, we take them, we wash them, we sanitize them, and we give them to children. We use them as tokens. I'm supported by a team comprising of an educator and a seasoned businesswoman, as well as someone who happens to be my daughter, but who happens to be studying, she's in her final year of a Bachelor of Engineering, Computer Engineering, in another university I will not mention. We find that when we do so, this has got a positive environmental impact. We find that our game is fully patented. Thank you to Moses Kotane for financing the patent, which was done by one of the attorneys, whom I believe she is here today with us. Our value proposition is to provide a low-cost, high-quality toolkit, educational toolkit that accelerates learning, particularly of mathematics. We gamify mathematics We do what is called concrete abstraction, giving physical relationship to an abstract concept like a color, a number. We use recycled material. Our tool is inclusive. You'll be pleased to know that some of our tokens have since been embossed to allow people who are unable to see with their eyes to be able to touch the tokens and play the games. This is a child who is playing the game in action. This is a solution that they've provided, and the solution has been captured by the digitizer, and the system, what you are looking at is an interface of a system, which then reads what you are doing, and it then analyzes your answer. Where it spots an error, it then highlights that there's an error here. Now, one of the very big challenges when it comes to machine learning is annotation, annotating your data. We find that now our tool annotates data automatically. Each time you mark, it actually annotates. For those who are interested in what annotation is about, it's about telling the computer, this is an 8. Yes, it is an 8, so that it knows how 8 looks like. For example, we did an early pilot some time ago. We found that 526 children participated in these games. 243 parents in the process, as well as recruited 44 volunteers. We went into the open space in the botanical garden. We gave the children the games to play. The results were incredible. We also went on the side of the road where street kids live. We gave them the games to play. They played. The results were incredible. Fairly recently, we had the opportunity to implement our project in the Eastern Karoo, the Eastern Cape, where we gamified mathematics for 40 grade 8 learners. We were there. It was amazing. And the results, the feedback that we received was positive. We had parents, we had educators who were observing, we had other interested parties. And at the end, we could demonstrate that learners could perform complex mathematical operations, challenges. They could solve these challenges after playing the games. We had a baseline study, which we did before then. We have since been supported by the universities, South Africa, Moses Kotane Institute, the United Nations, Economic Commission of Africa, as well as Cambridge. These are the places we have been to showcase our work. And all of it has been made possible by the University of South Africa. We sell our product, and we give to training providers. We license it to them. We say, take it, use it, and pay us. That's how we make money. We charge 6 cents a day. 6 cents a day. For 1,000 learners, for 200 days, that's 120,000 rand. We have a prototype. We have run a pilot. We are now in commercialization. We are in business. Umbalabala. The educational toolkit that is designed to accelerate learning.
Thank you very much. That was quite colorful. Yes, I don't think there's anything negative to say except we really need to accelerate our foundational skills, which have really been going backwards over the past couple of years. My question is really the model that you've chosen to employ. Why have you opted for a physical touch feel model rather than going fully digitized? What is the motivation behind that? Thank you.
Yes. The motivation is very simple. Those who need it do not have electricity. Those who need it do not have the digital devices. And therefore, we wanted something that works. Whether there's electricity or not, it must work.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'm going to steal the words of my colleague and say great work. I like the element of sustainability, recyclable materials, the inclusivity and diversity, the ability for people who are differently abled to also get the benefit. That is responsible innovation, and we applaud that a lot. I see you're quite far in terms of the work that you've done, right? And I wanted to check two things with you. Roughly in terms of the costing, what are you looking at for a unit? I'm looking at a parent who wants to buy this same thing for use at home, do you understand? As opposed to bulk schools and stuff like that. And also, on that same breath, who is your target market and how do you plan to then roll out as part of your commercialization plan? Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Oh, sure. 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 Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Ngongo.
Yes.
I like it. I love it, in fact. It will capture the attention of the children. Obviously, we are trying to get the children out of the TV into the actual activities. If we can get them outside, great. If we can capture their attention using, educational material, also, while taking care of the environment, fantastic. So mine is just a comment to say great work, and also the inclusive aspect of it. When we're thinking about connectivity, we're thinking about the energy challenges that we experience. So absolutely great work.
Thank you. Yeah, your question, sir, had to do with the go-to-market strategy. Our target market are schools. Yes, ideally, the game should be available at school as well as at home. In future, there is a point in time at which we will target the households, but the go-to-market strategy is to go to the schools, sell it to them, and the costing part of it. What we are selling is we are not really selling this box, right? It's just a box. There's knowledge, there's wealth of knowledge that goes around it. There's services that it provides. The removing the pain from marking, is just one thing that adds value. So our go-to-market strategy is go to schools. If you can have someone to sponsor, to sponsor the school so that the load is lighter financially for the school, because those who need it, unfortunately, cannot afford it. But we still need to get it to them. So that is the model. And also, we have specifically also targeted, private schools who are wealthy. They can afford it. And our model is to say for every 2 that gets sold to their, to those schools, one gets delivered to a school that is underprivileged.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. So, imali noma ibhokisi. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have touched apps for auditing, and we moved to umbalabala. Okay, all right. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, tweet hashtag UNISA Innovation 2024, and let's just make noise on Twitter, right? Let's fill up the Twitter like we fill up the dome. Let's make it colorful with all the colors of the rainbow. Thank you very, very much, Mbuso. And now, next, we have Bonginkosi Mabaso with Proctopel. Round of applause, please. All right.
Sorry? Oh, up and down. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Well, it is right when they say that your intuition never lies. I knew that I was going to be called, and I don't know how, why, but I kind of felt it that yes, I was going to be called. Now, while we're at it, I just want to thank the University of South Africa for making us attractive to external stakeholders. What I'm wearing today actually is materials or branding materials that were bought by Abstract Group for free, and our exhibitions, everything, the banners, our tablecloths, and everything. And that is the courtesy of the university, so I'm very much thankful for that. So respectfully, when you see me wearing a cap, you might think I'm being disrespectful, but it's me being a billboard for NConnect, actually. I'm a brand. So, yeah, I should start now. Good afternoon again. Welcome to NConnect. So I'm just going to take you back to how we started. It was 2020 during the time of COVID-19. I was scheduled to write my final online exam to complete my degree in psychology. I was stressed as I did not know how to approach these online exams. The worst thing that happened was that 15 minutes before the online examination, I lost internet connectivity. Fortunately enough, connectivity came back 25 minutes after the examination had started. Even though I was able to finish the examination, I asked myself this question: what would have happened if connectivity didn't come back? The second question was, how many students out there get to experience this issue, especially the ones in rural areas and disadvantaged areas? We found that over 100 million of students in the African continent alone struggled to write online examinations due to issues such as load shedding. In South Africa last year, we had 332 days of load shedding out of 365. The third problem that we identified was low internet coverage in rural areas, like myself in 2020 during COVID-19. To address this problem, we then built an offline examination platform that allows students to access, write, and submit online exams even when you're not connected to the internet. We took this... Thank you. We took this platform, we gave it to lecturers, online high schools, private colleges, and students. But this was not an enough solution to solve the entire problem that we identified. They said, well, in a scenario where a student is writing an online examination, they lose internet connectivity during the online exam, they will be able to continue write the examination, but then will they be proctored or invigilated? Because current invigilation solutions rely on internet to function. So with that data, we then built an offline invigilation app that invigilates online examinations even when there's no internet connectivity. Now a student is able to write and be proctored at the same time, even when there's no internet connectivity. And we launched this invigilation app actually 2 months ago, supported by and sponsored by the university, APSA Group, and the Blue Oceans, as well as YAE. These are our competitors. We're different from Moodle, Blackboard, the Invigilator app, Iris Invigilation, because we don't need internet connectivity to function. Whether you're connected, whether you're in a rural area, whether you're in any area in the African continent, you're still able to access education the same way the ones in privileged areas are able to access education. Equal access. So this is our market size. Our customers are universities, colleges, online high schools, primary schools, professional training organizations, as well as online short courses providers. To generate money or revenue, we utilize licensing model as well as subscription model. This is our traction. I just took 5 of screenshots on my emails of private schools who are looking to do a trial for invigilation app. we have quite a lot, actually. We conducted more than 10 demo sessions, and we have 2 trials with private colleges as well. So we, as Mr. Ngongo said, we're in business, I guess. So these are investments. The first funder, obviously, is the University of South Africa through the Innovation Challenge last year, and the IDC as well. And the IDC as well as Subso Group and the YAE. Recently, on my birthday this year, on June 28, we actually flew to the UK. We're in London. We had 60 innovators in 8 countries. Out of all this, we were the overall winner. We beat actually all the... So we had entrepreneurs from China, India, Thailand, Malaysia, and all of those. We were the overall winner of all of this. Okay, so this is our founding journey. Thank you for the time. This is our founding journey. We started in 2021. In 2022, we built our prototype. 2023, we obtained our funding. We started to raise. In 2024, it's now that we went out and we are utilizing the Invigilation app as well as the examination platform to customers. And this is our impact. We are addressing all the SDGs. Our goal is to ensure that all students gain quality education or equal access to quality education, reduced inequalities, and we're also addressing the ESGs in terms of social impact as well. And these are our partners ever since we started in 2021 up to date. And this is the team. It has over 75% of UNISA students as well as our advisors from UNISA as well. And our investment ask was actually for 1.5 million rand to spend in the next 12 months. The spendings will actually be deployed in IP, customer acquisitions for trials and demo sessions, as well as R&D. In non-financial support, we're asking for support in EdTech partnerships. We have actually supported Engineer Accelerator program that would help us in giving us the network with all the EdTech clients and partners as well, and also access and connections with online schools in remote areas, not just in South Africa, but all over the continent. And you may ask yourself, why now? I've told myself this actually, for as long as we'll have internet connectivity as the driving factor, it will always be a determining factor for those who can access information and those who cannot access information. So it's simple. I'm tired of internet connectivity. I want to build something offline. So thank you very much. This actually concludes my presentation. For those who would like to download our Invigilation app, these are the links and the YouTube videos of how it works. Thank you.
Okay, judges.
Wow.
Yeah.
What I want to know is, you're giving the links, right? What I want to know is, can we access those offline? Okay. Well done.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. These are real solutions that we need. I don't know, my question though, is, I think that it would be around the pricing.
Okay.
Of your solutions.
Yeah.
I know you've expanded on, the target market and all of that.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so if, I just want to know the pricing, aspect. I mean, I think it goes back to what we were asking earlier in terms of the households.
Yes.
In terms of access, because not all of us, have the means, right?
True. Yes.
So just maybe if you can expand a little bit around the pricing.
Okay.
Okay, Bra, congratulations. Again, solving, real problems that affect those in our communities that have, issues with access. Access is a big thing. So I'm always excited when somebody, solves issues of access, right?
Yeah.
I see you mentioned that there's been about a couple of demonstrations, about 10 that you've done.
Yeah.
And I wanted to check on that. What has been the conversion rate, in terms of uptake?
Yeah.
And also, what is the feedback that you've received from the market in terms of your innovation? Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks very much. I think you are very clear about the problem you're trying to solve or that you are solving. For me, I actually see a different possibility through your solution. I think it's more of a comment for me that there's an opportunity to employ the same model that you're using to start education drives and many other things.
Sure.
In communities that are outlying that cannot be reached. So for me, that was just a comment to say there's great possibility in the solution and maybe different case uses as well that could be considered.
Thank you. Okay, I guess I should start now. So, true, the technology can be utilized in different areas, actually, outside education space. It can be utilized in fintech to facilitate online payments, offline for remote areas. It can be utilized in so many areas. Thank you for that. So to answer your question, ma'am, in terms of pricing, so actually we're based on sliding scale. We give schools license to utilize the platform. So schools are the paying customers. Students are the end users, so students don't pay for anything. So we say that from 0 to 5,000 students, this is how it costs. So from 0 to 5, it actually costs 75 rand per student to utilize unlimited usage and unlimited access. So that is how the pricing actually works. Also, we have flexibility. If they don't want to use it for 12 months in terms of the license, they can utilize it for, or select how many months they actually want to utilize. If it's for a month, that is, we work on the pricing based on the 75 rand that we charge for 12 months. We work on the pricing that would cost per month for the student and all of that. And also, we give flexibility to actually charge per module in terms of how many hours actually you'd want to do the invigilation session for. So that's how the pricing actually works in regards to that. I hope I answered the question. Coming to your question, sir, I may have forgotten it, but I think it was around conversion. Thank you very much. So we actually had 2 trials with 2 colleges actually that are in Gauteng. We have 2 licenses that are in pipeline, which promises actually, or has over a figure of 790,000 annually. So one school actually had 8,000 students that are going to be utilizing our invigilation app by next year. And one is actually a training organization that has a footprint in all 9 countries here in Africa. So it actually boosts our case, actually, especially with our offline tech, how we are going to make impact in that. So it's actually 2 out of the 10, it's actually 2 of them that are in a pipeline for the license. And then the other ones actually gave us feedback on how we can customize the app that actually fits to their specific needs as a school. So we have to actually work on top of the very proposition, we have to work on certain customization that actually speaks exactly to what they need. And for example, one institute actually said that they deal with students with special needs. Some are visually impaired, so they may not see what is happening. They would like to have an app reader. So if it says that take a picture of whatever, it needs to say it, because some they don't see that. So those are some of the customizations that we're making as we talk to these schools. But yeah, that is that.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Another round of applause. By show of hands, how many of you have new respect for white scientific coats and white caps? I think if I can get a white scientist coat and a white cap, I think I'll go very far. If I wear them together, we are in business now. All right, we've moved from auditing apps to Umbalabala to Proctopel. We're going somewhere. All right, let's see. Tabang George Mufokeng with Locus Pay. Now we are in business.
Thank you very much for the opportunity first, and congratulations to my fellow colleagues. You know, everyone is doing amazing things. So, yeah. I am here today to present our latest innovation, which is our flagship product called Locust Pay. And before that, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Thabang George Mufokeng. Okay, I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Thabang George Mufokeng. I'm the current founder of a company called Futsa Technologies. I have about over 7 years experience in the innovation and product development space, particularly tech products. And my career in this space was launched, fortunately, by the University of South Africa through my first innovation. So not to waste any time, let me just get into the matter of today. So research shows that research shows that that more than half of the top food and beverages items were cheaper at so-called traditional outlets in the last quarter of 2022. The country's traditional trade sector is growing at a very fast rate than modern trade sector, as consumers' shopping preference changes with lessening disposable income. This stats was stated by the NIQ, which took a survey of about 17,000 formal and informal traders, and according to the NIQ, the traditional trade sector, which includes non-branded super outlets and spaza shops, grew to about 23.6% in the last 12 months period. And this ranked in an amount of about 187 billion in annual expenditure in comparison to what was spent in the previous year, which was 151 billion. The growth rate is ahead of modern trade sector, which grew by about 14.7% in the same period. And recent research showed by MasterCard Foundation that a massive 94% of transactions in the country are cash-based, and the majority of these take place in townships and spaza shops, and also in informal SMMEs. According to a paper presented at the 2011 South Africa City Studies Conference, there are more than 100,000 spaza shops with a total turnover of exceeding 7 billion. I'm sure you'd agree with me when I say this is a huge concern. And I'm sure some of you have met these guys at your local robots, and you would want to maybe support them and purchase an item for them, but the issue would be that you don't have cash. And this is a particular problem that we are looking to solve. Introducing our latest innovation, Locust Pay. Locust Pay is an application that turns any mobile device, of course, that has NFC capabilities, into a transaction terminal. And how does this happen? Well, this is leveraged using the current NFC technology, and with a simple tap of a card on a mobile device, a payment can be processed. So we currently have about 2 packages that we offer to clients. Number one, it's an enterprise package, which is just the app, and with this package, our clients can get fast and quick payment processing. They are able to withdraw funds from the app. They can also track the history of transactions, and they have a free sign-up fee. We have 0 sign-up in terms of the cost, and then we charge 0 monthly fees with this. But the catch is that we charge clients on a pay-as-you-go basis. and the second package, which is the Enterprise Plus Plus package. On this package, the difference is that they get also a CRM platform that enables them to track and manage their finances and generate reports based on their transactions. And most recently, this will also enable them to take advantage of our third service, which is a credit facility. So how does the process look? Number one, they need to download the app, and number two, sign up and sign in. Enter number three, enter a transaction amount, and the last step, which would be the tap to pay functionality. So they just take their mobile device and their debit card and tap it at the back of their mobile device. And with this, our business model, so we charge a fixed processing fee of about one rand point 40 cents, and also a variable processing fee of about 2% per transaction. And with this is with the base package, and with the Enterprise Plus Plus package, we charge the same. The difference here is that we have an integration fee of about 250, and also we charge per report generated from this system. So where are we currently? So we recently ran a number of ads on 3 different social media platforms, requesting applications from the public. And we ran ads on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. And TikTok's is the one that got us the most results, with about 456 applications, and 250 of them were informal businesses or informal traders, and 209 of them were categorized under small and medium businesses. And this is what informed us to push for a launch on the 2nd of February 2025. These are our current partners. We have managed to get a local partnership with a company called Hello.Dot, which is also an accredited Visa partner. And currently, we're also in the process of applying for a credit license at the National Credit Regulator so that we can offer our merchants a line of credit. And most importantly, we have UNISA, which is our capital funder. So this is the next step for us. We currently are looking to raise about 250,000 for our marketing budget. Our aim is to go big with this. We would like, if possible, to get billboards, to also run digital ads on social media platforms again, and also go on to radio and, if possible, television. With this said, my name is Tabang George Mufukeng, and I'm open to taking questions from the judges. Thank you.
Thanks, Tabang. I'll go first. Congratulations on your innovation and everything of the best. I want you to listen to me as if you are listening to an investor, right? Okay. Listen to me as if I've got a fat check for you right in front of me. Okay. I want to start with how you present. This space that you're trying to get into, or you are into, is a very lucrative space. Highly competitive as well, right? And it's driven by one thing, security. And listening to you, I didn't hear you use that word once, right? Okay. It is very important. If you're talking anything fintech, it is driven by security. How secure is this compared to all the other? Because there's a lot of payment, platforms that are out there, right? We need to get that out. What is it? What is the competitive advantage, right? Also, yeah, I think most importantly is that one, bro. Otherwise, the question would then be, on that same breath, how is this different with everything else that is out on the market? You know, what is your competitive advantage over everyone else? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and yes, congratulations on your presentation. I think I want to echo the same sentiments as Billy as well. Safety was the first thing that I wrote. Safety, security of the transactions. I didn't hear any of that, and I think with the exchange of money, that becomes imperative that a potential investor knows where their money is going, and if it happens in a safe fashion. I hear your value proposition almost hinging on two different markets.
Okay.
One, you started by saying informal market. You spoke about street vendors, informality, and the township market, if I'm paraphrasing it correctly. And then you are then talking about a more, formal financial services, issuing of loans, and the like. So if you can just clarify for me, what is your actual business? What is your actual value proposition? And then the issue of changing the mindset. People tend to prefer to transact in cash. How are you going to change that mindset and encourage them to move over to your platform? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tabang. I think we've already had like an extensive conversation earlier, but well, thank you for your innovation. There's a lot of unbanked. I think the percentage of the unbanked is quite substantial, because the mainstream financial institutions are not looking to, they're trading carefully, in entering that informal sector. So thank you for the bravery.
Okay.
Yeah, I think without just wanting to repeat what my colleagues have said, mine just hinges on, the mindset that is spoken about, the change of mindset. Mine would be just a comment to say perhaps you should look into invest in a lot of awareness and kind of training in that regard. I hear you speak about billboards and the lot. I don't think that's going to penetrate to the market that you're targeting. I think you should adopt a different model in terms of, trying to filter through to your market. So yeah, just a consideration to something to think about. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you for the very valuable feedback. I think I'll start by the security part. So the reason why we ended up even going with a partner to help us facilitate this payment is exactly because of that issue. We would have been able to build that solution ourselves, but the issue is safety. And one of the main partners or the main key players in this sector is Visa and MasterCard. The local partner that we got, which is Hello Dot, they have they are listed as a Visa partner specifically with this kind of technology. So they are licensed to utilize that technology and also resell the same technology. And because of our current also budgetary issues, we opted to go with them rather than going directly to Visa, because with them, they then also have a charge per transaction. So instead of having a upfront cost, I think with Visa, they required about 50,000 USD for us to become a partner and for them to give us this technology to use on our application. And hence, we went with the current partner. So in terms of safety, the safety element is managed and looked after by Visa, which is a company that's very reputable in the payment space, and they also use the same technology, So like I say, because of the budgetary issues, we decided to go with that external partner, and the current partner we use, NetBank, also uses this current partner. So the safety part is quite on point with regards to that. And Nedbank has a similar service offering, and they utilize their technology also. So let me move to the next question, which was about the value proposition. So initially, I was sharing stats around the informal sector, of which that is the sector that attracted us initially. So we from mechanics that are unbanked, from the guys that sell in robots, a lot of them, we had engagements with them also about the loss of sales because of cash, of demanding cash from clients. And majority of them told us that they lose a number of sales, especially when a client is interested, because not everyone carries cash. So our decision to go this direction was informed also by engagements in that sector, specifically the informal sector. So enabling them to transact without cash, that is our mission and vision. So whether it's Marabastad or a guy at the robots, that is our customer. That is the person we would like to empower in terms of the business. And
1 second.
Okay.
1 second. Colleagues, those who took a shuttle from Florida campus, your shuttle leaves now, in a minute. Yes. So I think if you run, you will catch them by the robots. All right, back to you, Tabang.
Okay,
You're
thank
wrapping
you.
up.
Yeah. So touching on the changing of mindsets, like I say, through our engagements, we were informed by our potential clients that there's a lot of money that they lose because they can't transact digitally. And that, like I said, is what informed us. So in terms of changing of the mindset, there is a changing of mindset that is required, but that should be done through empowerment and education. So that is something once we are done with our product or once we have launched, we'll look into maybe putting together courses for all informal traders, educating them about payments, how to transact, what are the benefits of transacting digitally instead of having physical cash. So with that, we do have a plan around that. And once we're done and we have launched, we will be able to implement that plan. And I'm not sure if I missed any question. Yeah.
You got them all.
Oh, okay. So with that, it's something that I'm also very excited about. You know, we recently found out that we can actually issue credit to businesses using the data that we collect from them. So if we look at number one, the volume of transaction, and also the type of business that the client is in. And in that regard, we would be able to take an informed risk in terms of lending out or issuing credit to these informal traders. Like I say, most of these guys are not as empowered. So our big point or our big vision is, as much as we are doing business, we need to empower these guys. Majority of them are unbanked, they're unregistered, and we can change that with just this solution.
All right. Another round of applause. Thank you very much, Tabang. We are in business. Let's talk about money, money. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 more presenters, and we have about 40 minutes to the end of this program. So time allocation is good. We'll get through all the presenters, and we're excited about them. Okay, so next on our list, we have Palisa Felicia Mhlanga with New Age Pregnancy Test. Woo! I can see some men running away because now it's pregnancy test. Are you ready, Palisa?
Just want to put my book here. My stuff.
okay if I give the judges the test so they open? Okay, can I hand them over to you?
Stay, do not run away. I see ladies checking their calendars. Okay, Balisa. Great. All right, ready? Great.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Esteemed judges and everybody who contributed to this event. I greet you all. My name is Balisa once again, and I'm from the College of Human Sciences. I'll be sharing a personal experience, or rather relatable experience. Please, gentlemen, don't feel excluded. We're all in this together. Yeah. So pregnancy testing can be a very nerve-wracking and anxious experience that no woman can ever get used to, right? And no matter how young or old you are, it affects anybody, because what runs through your mind is the fear that a positive outcome can affect your education, it can affect your future endeavors, or whether the father will even accept that child. Now, I want each and every single one of you to imagine that you're a firstborn girl in your family, all of you. Or perhaps you're the first one to get to university, and then something strange happens to you in your body, and you decide to go and purchase a pregnancy test. Now, you get to the store, you buy it, you're holding it in your hands. But now, you don't want to go home anymore because you're thinking, what if my relatives or my parents see that pregnancy test once I've thrown it away? Now you decide to go to the toilet. You go ahead and test without using a urine cup, because when women do a pregnancy test, you have to collect the urine first and then dip the test inside. You go ahead and boom, the result comes out. And it's negative. Then you breathe. This is a repetitive reality for many women out there. But the saddest part of the situation is that some women have no access to basic pregnancy testing services in underserved areas. Now, SDG goal number 3 stipulates that every woman has the right to basic maternal health services, and it is our responsibility to ensure that our voices are heard as women. Now, the problem is that current mainstream pregnancy tests, the traditional ones, use urine or blood for testing. And while I was doing data collection, I realized that in underserved areas and rural areas in Tshwane, pregnancy testing is not accessible and is not inclusive enough. Inclusive meaning that women who are using wheelchairs, when they go to clinics, they're not given the same services that a normal person who's walking properly is getting. I mean, they have to stand up, walk to a toilet, take the collection cup, sit down again, take the test. They're not accommodated for. Number 2, current pregnancy testing is invasive and inconvenient, and it's non-discreet. Now, I present my solution, the New Age Pregnancy Test Lollipop. This was my initial idea, creating a lollipop that will use saliva to detect pregnancy. This test is discreet. It's no bigger than your pinky finger. It can be used anywhere, anytime, even while watching a Netflix movie. It's friendly for differently abled women, and there's no need for chemicals or water for constant sanitization of urine cups in public and mobile clinics where access to water and chemicals is limited. Our target market. Now, we are looking at women who are embarrassed about being seen purchasing a pregnancy test. Now, this observation comes from the research that I've been doing and customer behavior. When people walk into a pharmacy or a convenience store, they take a pregnancy test and they hide it. Why? Women in rural areas who need access to pregnancy testing in these areas and healthcare services are limited, so we're looking at that market as well. We're also looking at physically handicapped women who need an easy option, and young school-going girls who come out of school at 3 o'clock and get to the clinic and it's closed. So if we have a product that they can access from a garage or a convenience store, it's fine. Our competition. Currently, we've got Clear Blue, which is a digital test. We've got Sally Stick, which is a new company that has been launched in Israel last year, which also uses saliva, but you just spit into the tube and it also detects pregnancy. And lastly, we've got a different traditional urine-based test. Milestones to date. We have raised 100,000 through UNISA. We have also recently secured 200,000 from the Technology Innovation Agency. And we have also created a prototype to address the current need of access in underserved areas before developing a pregnancy test lollipop, which was the initial idea in the beginning. And we have also collaborated with recognized institutions to create a final prototype of the lollipop, which will be edible and non-traditional and 3D printed. This is our team. Myself, I've got 3 years experience working in the healthcare sector, and I've got a BA in health science and social services, and currently doing my honors in development studies. I'm also working alongside Dr. Daniso Peswe, who's got a PhD in food security and food technology. Our sponsors is the UNISA, TIA, and Huma Diagnostica. Thank you.
I imagine my fellow judges have a lot to say, so I'll go first and get out of the way. Palisa, congratulations on this amazing innovation. Again, I like the human element of it, you know, bringing back the dignity to differently abled women, as you rightfully put it. Your value proposition as you started was around solving 2 issues, right? If I heard properly. The one was around discretion, which you've clearly articulated, right? And the second one was access. And I didn't hear a lot in terms of how this is different in terms of price and what makes it different. What is the driver for the price to go down, you know? Are we using recycled material? You know, what is it that, you know, just talk about that so that you're where you want to be and where you started, you know, we can sort of get that alignment. But brilliant presentation. I love everything that you're trying to get there, and all the best with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Palisa. Yeah, I think I'm just going to echo my colleague's words. Yeah, we do have a problem in the underserved, you know, areas. Not just those of, you know, testing for pregnancy, but also just access to just dignity packs for young women. So we quite informed of the problems, but there aren't enough solutions. And I'm glad that you're bringing, one, solution to the challenges in the underserved communities. I think pretty much around, the pricing of the pregnancy test will be key to understand. As we move forward, because with underserved communities, there's issues of unemployment, there's issues of people living under below the poverty line. So it'll be interesting to understand what the costs are going to be in terms of that. Thanks.
Thank you very much for bringing dignity, like you say, but also bringing choice to women. For me, it's just a question of what are the distribution channels that you're going to be using, as well as the key partners that you've identified and who are going to be your suppliers, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with the first question. I think it's about the difference. What makes me different? Am I correct, sir?
No, it was around the price. What brings the price down? And I think it links to the cost of the actual unit.
Okay. So, if you look at those samples before you, there's a test there. I think it's the smaller one, the smallest one. Yes, that one. The sample that is in there is made from glass, but because of for displaying purposes. But the real materials that I use for that one is recycled straw. Yes. The actual lollipop, you will suck on the lollipop, and then once the saliva has been extracted from there, it will go straight into that channel and then detect if you're pregnant or not. Yes, all of them do the same thing. But the one that's open over there, you just spit onto it, and then it will display. That one is even quicker than all of them. Yes, that one. Yes. Yes. So most of the material there is recycled straw. Yes, that's the first one. My distribution channels, I'm looking at working alongside government and also selling to 24-hour convenience stores, because I feel that pregnancy tests are sold at pharmacies and the time at which people are able to access that is limited. So if a pregnancy test is sold next to condoms, placed strategically next to condoms, you say, if the condom failed, there's a solution. Yes, and our partners, we're working together with another educational institution, and they'll be contributing towards the prototype, the real prototype development. This was for display purposes. Yes, those do work as well, but we do work hand in hand with other tertiary institutions and research places in order to put the prototype together, which will commence next year in January. The last one, the suppliers. I was able to come together with a distribution partner who then agreed with me that once I've put together a prototype, they're willing to roll out the product for me, because currently as we speak, they're rolling out products for big pharmacies at the moment. So they've come on board and said, we'll wait for you, and once you're done, we will help you with the distribution. Oh, one last thing. The pregnancy testing market is worth 32.4 billion rands. Now, I am willing to tap into 2% of that market, and that is 648 million rand.
Girl power! I love where these will be positioned. I love it. And I'm also thinking of those couples who are trying to fall pregnant and they cannot wait for the pharmacies to open before they know if it worked. And by it, I mean IT. Yeah. All right. Now we are in business. 2% of billions is actually a lot of money. Thank you very much. Now we will hear from Iviwe Nontutu, who will be talking to us about IKEA Echo. And Iviwe, are you ready? Where are you? Oh, right at the back. Okay. A round of applause for Iviwe, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we got you covered. We are innovators.
For next, just use this one. Good? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm usually a nervous presenter, so just bear with me there. So my name is actually Iviwe, not Tununu. Yes, but no, that's fine. So I'm essentially one of the co-founders of IKEA Echo. Now, IKEA Echo essentially tries to offer a solution towards energy, waste management, as well as food production. That's essentially through the integration of biodigesters and hydroponic systems. But the main idea is to try and create a closed loop sustainable solution that's essentially tailored for households. Okay, so what's the problem then? So South Africa essentially has like chronic challenges around reliable energy, waste management, as well as food production. And unfortunately, usually the people at the blunt end of this are usually like low-income households as well as impoverished communities, right? For instance, in terms of energy, such communities usually rely on your traditional methods of cooking, for energy purposes by using biomass, wood, and also coal under such circumstances. And also the food prices are actually rising, and it's estimated that about 40% of the population in the Western and Gauteng area in the year 2025 might not be able to access like nutritional food, but only having access to your basic pap, things like that. And also some of these communities don't have like a sustainable way of managing their waste. And where communities have manageable ways of managing their organic waste essentially, it always ends up in landfills. As a result, about 90% of our waste in South Africa ends there. Now, because of this actually creates like issues within communities in relation to health, food security, as well as a negative impact on the environment. Okay, so alternative solutions, for such communities as well, also myself, are usually quite pricey. I remember at one point I came back from home, from work, very tired, very hungry. I just wanted to make an egg, but I couldn't. It was last year. COVID, load shedding was quite extreme. So I couldn't do that because of that. So I tried to look at alternative solution, looked at solar. It's like, yeah, no, that's not happening. But with the biodigesters, essentially, they provide an integrated solution to address waste management, the energy crisis, as well as the food production aspect of it. Now, but with the current models of biodigesters that are available in the market in South Africa, they're quite pricey, ranging from 20 to 60,000 per household. And they usually require like a huge amount of space, and they labor intensive because they require excavations. And maintenance usually requires expertise, which an ordinary individual like myself wouldn't necessarily have. So because of that, the adoption of these biodigesters in South Africa has been quite slow, with the focus being primarily on rural areas. Now, because of that, most of those projects were government funded, which is not sustainable for businesses in the long run. And another important factor is that since the focus was on rural areas, they neglect a huge market within the urban setting. About 90% of households are actually located in this space. Okay, so what's the solution then? So at IKEA Eco, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but essentially we're just repackaging, the concept of biodigesters by building a portable, modular, as well as user-friendly system that can essentially adapt a plug-and-play model for households. So with that, we eliminating the cost factor, and we're also eliminating that technical expertise. So what you see here is a prototype that we essentially were working with, but the idea was to try and understand, is this sustainable, especially for like the urban market, where usually we don't have a lot of waste generated by households. So we were essentially able to produce biogas that can be used for cooking purposes, but the main idea is to try and reach about 2 to 3 hours of cooking gas here. Now, because we also want to penetrate, like this urban market space in terms of growing crops, because the other byproduct is a nutrient-rich liquid that can be used as a fertilizer with this product. So the idea there, we've built a hydroponic system that's been tailored to use that organic fertilizer, some product or essentially something that's not available currently within the market. Okay, so the target market, been emphasizing households, rural homemakers, very important. They do have the waste, but 79% of households in the rural space do own livestock as well as do grow crops. Urban dwellers, we're looking at around families of 3 essentially upwards. So they essentially are able to produce about 5.2 to about 9.6 kgs of waste on a weekly basis. Right? So in terms of our competitors, we do have local competitors in terms of hydroponics, as well as the biodigesters, But the price, like I said, is also the technicality is quite extreme under these circumstances. We are looking at key partnerships, but the important ones currently are ones that are essentially going to be creating awareness. Not a lot of people are aware that you can essentially use waste and transform it into something slightly more valuable here. In terms of the business model, the idea is to try and sell the biodigesters themselves, hydroponic systems, as well as a biogas stove, and also provide after-sales services and support. But because we are the business that we are, we care about the people, we care about the environment, we also want to measure key metrics. Are we actually improving the lives of the people that we're saying we're supporting? And are we actually making an impact in reducing waste that ends up in landfills or waste that ends up just behind your yard? So this is the team profile. I myself as the CEO, Tembeni Dumisa, operations manager, and we do have Paul Shekho who will be assisting us with the research and development side of it, but just measuring, are we able to actually produce what we're saying we want to produce? So in terms of traction, so far with that system that you're seeing there, we've able to achieve about 18 minutes of cooking time, simply from about 200 grams of kitchen waste on a daily basis. But the idea, like I said, is to try and get to anywhere from 2 to 3, which is just enough for a daily basis cooking opportunity. The hydroponic system, we're able to grow 30 plants on the system that you saw there, simply needs about 5 liters on a weekly basis. And the convenience is too good, if I may say. I was only looking at these like once a week, that's it. So we have acquired funding with the Technology Innovation Agency to develop that concept, those prototypes, into a commercializable product. And we've also acquired funding with the SAB Foundation to actually make a business out of whatever products we actually we produce eventually. So currently we are busy building a market-ready product. So what do we need then? So access to technology development platforms would be a plus. Access to funding, more funding is always good. But yeah, more importantly, just space. Because we currently building these or testing these like literally in my garage or my backyard. So space would be a plus there. But the whole idea is to try and reach the people that we feel like have these pains and they need alternative solutions, and to simply make them more self-reliant and independent of government. But yeah, with whatever thing that we may potentially get, your partnerships are quite key. And with that, I want to thank you guys. Those are my contact details. I'm open to any collaborations.
Judges.
Thanks, Iviwe. Very nice presentation, actually. The alternative is gas, which is available, and I can cook even though there's load shedding. My question to you is, what is the lead time for the kitchen waste to be biodegradable enough for me to be able to cook?
Thanks, Mr. Notununu, and well done, sir, and your team on that. I think I got excited because I remember when government was rolling out anaerobic digesters in the rural Eastern Cape, and I wish I was staying there because actually,
I am
so
there.
finally an affordable solution for us who live in the urban areas. But I think for me, the only input really, I think how you build your story to how you end it, doesn't leave us with a lot to think about. And there's a lot of information that is hidden in your traction milestone slide that is exactly where you want to pitch this thing and where you want to sell it, because digesters are not new in the market, right? And so when you sell it, you want to give us what is new about what you are bringing, right? We can start with the materials that you use for your digesters. Are they sustainable? Just to give this story a little bit more legs and a bit more, traction. Also, you mentioned, and it's not even on your slide, you mentioned that you need about 200 grams for 18 minutes of cooking, right? But we know we'd never cook in 18 minutes. So roughly for a normal 2-hour cooking, for example, how much of that? Because the waste is not really the constraint. We are constantly producing waste. Yeah. And if you also have this hydroponic thing that is linked to it, there's a lot of waste that's coming from this. So the biomass that goes into it is not really a constraint. So my thing is how you sell this thing around your traction and your milestones. Give us a little bit more information in terms of, there are certain things, like as I'm saying, a kilogram, or if you peel a kilogram of carrots, you can cook rice. It's something, practical things that people can actually, understand what you're trying. But I love what you're trying to do. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Iviwe. I also wrote what sets you apart as part of my notes. But to maybe answer the 18 minutes, I'm sure you can boil your egg within that time period.
Yes.
So you have solved just some part of the problem. My input is literally leaching to what my colleague Billy is saying. Build us a story that that has chronology to where you want to take us. But the idea I like, the idea that is kind of solving 3 problems. You spoke of food security, you spoke about energy, and waste management, right? As he said, there's no constraint to the waste. There's a lot of waste in the urban areas to a point where the landfills are apparently left with about 5 years, to fill. So there is a need for your solution, but we need to have the story in a bit of detail that, paints us a picture, but great work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so let me start with the first question. You said alternative is LPG gas, right? So the way LPG gas is essentially produced, very detrimental to the environment. With what we're trying to do is less toxic, if I may say, net zero carbon emissions. Because if you think about natural gas, how it's produced, it's essentially carbon that's being stored over millions of years. You see, now we harvesting that all at once, and once you start cooking, you're releasing all of that into the atmosphere. See, now that's very bad, contributing to global warming, which we're trying to avoid. With our system, you're taking organic waste, which was grown, let's say, over 3 months, right? You breaking it down, also burning it, but then essentially producing that fertilizer, and you're regrowing plants within a period of 3 months as opposed to hundreds of millions, hence the net zero contribution factor there. And also in terms of price, LPG gas, you're not producing that yourself. So you have to go repeatedly buy the LPG gas. With our system, you pay the system upfront, 6,000, right? So if you were to break that down relatively to the LPG price, which I think is like 340 at the moment, within a year and a half, the system is yours. You've paid up that system by buying that many LPG gases within that period, and you're simply producing free cooking gas after that period, essentially. So in terms of the traction, once the 2 minutes goes up, start you start to miss a lot of points. So with the product that we are trying to innovate under is a version of the bio bag. I'm sure you saw 3 type of biodigesters there that we have. So based on that, it's the material that we're using is quite cheap relative to the others. No excavations associated with that. Like I said, plug and play. Think of a situation where you buy like a TV stand from a game or something. You just connect those parts. So that's the idea that we want to go with. Easy installation that any individual can possibly do. In terms of the gas production, okay, so like I said, these were just prototypes to prove that we can do this, and we were using those to get funding, essentially, to build something that can be market ready. But the main concept is to try and get about 2 to 3 hours of cooking gas on a daily basis. So we're just saying with that system, we're putting in about 200 grams, right? And we are producing about 18 minutes of cooking gas on a daily basis. So for the systems that we're actually looking at, you'd more or less require about 800 grams to about 1.5 grams, like per biodigester, to essentially get that 2 to 3 hours of cooking gas. I think I've answered your question. Did I miss anything? Okay, thank you.
All right, now we're cooking. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm so glad I was able to squeeze that in. All right, AmaZulu ati haibo. The Xhosa say hey ake. And abeSuthu bathini bathi bathong. Batho ba Modimo. Right. Hey, kushubile. Yay, it's Shubile. We have two more presenters. I don't know, judges. I don't know. I'm so glad I'm not you. We have two more presenters because yay, kushubile. The next presenter is Ms. N.J. Ramanamane, Development of Oil and Water Filtration Membrane, employing quartz particles. Yeah, we have a sample for the judges. Okay. Is that the filtration membrane using quartz particles? Yes. I love saying that, it just rolls off the tongue. Over to you.
Thank you. Whew. I'm short and I don't know if I can project. Good afternoon to the honorable judges, our Madam Speaker Chair, and good afternoon everyone. It's been a long day and I hope that you will actually bear with me. Presenting before you today is N.J. Ramanamani. I will be addressing the project titled Development of Oil and Water Filtration Membrane Employing Quartz. I belong to UNISA in the Department of Mechanical Bioresources and Biomedical Engineering. My presentation outline is as follows. Well, I'm addressing the global issue of the water scarcity. Water scarcity poses a global challenge that underestimates the potential for sustainable development within the society. Various industrial operations generate substantial volumes of oily wastewater, posing a threat to human and also ecosystem. Oily wastewater is a common occurrence originating from diverse industries such as the textile manufacturing, metal finishing, mining industry, food and beverage processing. So currently, what is being used as a oil and water separation? Membrane technology is crucial for oily wastewater, but the existing problem with the current material used is membrane fouling. I'm taking you to engineering space. So what is membrane? Membrane is a filtration media that separates two medium of fluids. In this case, we talk about oil and water emulsions. So what is our end product in this project? The end product should be water. So meaning that we need to design or come up with a material that can separate oil from water without letting oil to pass. Of course, it is difficult to do so, but the material that we are proposing, it has capabilities of doing so. What is membrane fouling that we're talking about? Membrane fouling is nothing but the oil that coalesces on the surface of the membrane such that it forms a cake layer until the pores of the membrane they are actually blocked. I visited two mines, the one in Mpumalanga and also the one in Brits. They have a common problem of membrane fouling. Membrane fouling, which at the end of the day, they cannot be able to separate oil from water so that they reuse the water. Because as we are saying, we are addressing a global challenge of water scarcity. Bearing in mind that this type of a project falls within the 10 UNISA catalytic niche, yes, women empowerment, and also I'm not here to brag, but I want to tell you that this project also falls under the African Union's Agenda 2063, ensuring access to clean water. Yay. So, what is the innovation behind this? The innovation is the use of the quartz. Why did we go for quartz? Quartz is an abundant material, meaning that it's available in a large quantity. And quartz, we don't need to import it because we have quartz mine in South Africa. I have visited one where I collected the emulsions from, yes. Easily accessible in the country, yes. Low cost, affordable, yes. All right, environmentally friendly, and also we have tested, I will carry you through, we have tested that a modified quartz can be able to separate about 66% of oil, repelling oil from passing through the membrane so that we get clean water. This water can be used for recleaning purposes on the industry, can be used for irrigation somehow and further treating because we are at an infant stage. So that's why we are here funding, yes. So this material, it's super hydrophobic. It has hydrophobic properties where when we measured the contact angle, it was above 151 degrees. I know that all of you are not engineers, but yeah, I termed you there. Implementation. So on the part of the implementation, this is where I was a few months back. I visited one of the mines at the Northwest, where I collected the emulsions. You can see that this will be 100% membrane filtration, manufactured locally without even importing anything. So you can see that from the ground, they have the stockpile there. After stockpile, that's where they're doing the crushing from the jaw crusher to your cone crusher. And afterwards, they're going to wash their product. And you see on your Federite, they're going to heat the process until you get your emulsions. So what are we doing? What we do is to collect the raw, because remember that this type of a membrane has not been developed at all. Literature states that the quartz that have been used is sand. So I will tell you the disadvantage of using sand, because sand you need binding, and also you're going to need sintering. So we don't need none of those. These will be affordable and can be used or be employed at the rural or developing countries or even developed countries. So we have collected, after filtration, we use what we call the bed filtration instead of sintering and also instead of binding, which escalates the cost. Because the reason why we are here is to lower the cost. So these are the samples that we took. And you can see, I will take first one as an example, from 18,375.8 emulsions of oil and water. Using the first membrane, we were able to get only oil that is available in that content, 52.1. You can see how effective it is. Taking the last one from 23,392.1, oil content that was left is 17.3. It means that with the funding, we can go lower than that and get the pure water, yes? Yes. Not to brag about this, but I would like to congratulate UNISA. ISP, I received 100,000 and I was able to build my mini plant, yes? Congratulations to them. Yes. And lastly, the judges, when you come to Florida campus, Science campus, I will be there demonstrating to you how these quartz will be able to separate oil and water. And I'm hoping for collaboration and also more funding to us to build our plant, which will enable us to open the jobs, yes, and ensure water cleanness to everyone, yes, and these membranes will be developed locally to reduce pollution and also environmental impact and transfer skills. We can get students to work with us, and also the rurals will actually inherit something from here because there is no sintering or binding. And also I would like to state that the uniqueness we stand is that these materials is recyclable. I would like to thank you for listening to me.
Don't go. Judges. Yes? Yes?
Thank you very much, Ms. Ramanamani. Thank you very much. I like your innovation. I'm not in the engineering space, so half of it flew over my head. But I see where you're going. I saw the prototype, and I think you are solving a real challenge. It being water, you know. We live in a desert practically, and the erratic weather patterns are not helping the situation. So, yeah, I just want to congratulate you on your innovation. Thanks.
Thank you, George.
Dr. Rama.
Miss.
Yes, Miss. Yes. Sorry, Ramanamani. Sorry, I want to get it right. Well done on the innovation. I think you didn't say really if you have a team that you work with. I think it would have been important for us to know if, you know, there are people also for the judging as well, you know, who you're working with on the project. But I think one question that I had is, does your innovation also help with the treatment of acid mine drainage? Thank you. Does your innovation help with the treatment of acid mine drainage, AMD? Because I see you're doing a lot of work with mines, and it would really help to understand if the same innovation could be used to treat AMD. Acid mine drainage. So in the mines, right, during the mining process, the underground water gets, what's the word? It's here, contaminated, right? And the contaminated water is then known as acid mine drainage, and which is a huge problem in the country, especially around the mining communities, because it can seep into the water, the potable water that, you know, people drink. It would really, because it would really propel your project even further if that would be a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just got one question that relates to what are the inherent costs of your solution?
Thank you, Judge. The last one is difficult. I'll start with the simple one. Yes, I'm working with two professors. The other professor is at UNISA, Department of Mechanical Bioresources and Biomedical Engineering, and the other professor is in the US. So this gives us an opportunity of collaboration even outside the country. And for now, we only started with oily wastewater due to the environmental impact it has. And we are hoping actually to escalate it, or rather grow it beyond where the project is now. In terms of costs, we have not really assessed the cost. I don't know in what way the implication cost or the, growing the aspect of the business cost. So I'm not sure, but yeah, we have not looked into that aspect yet.
Okay, if that's an unfair question, it's fine. Let me rephrase it. If you don't have the inherent costs just yet, can you take us through the steps, who you're going to be partnering with, where you're going to be sourcing the materials, just so I can have a mind map of what you will require for us to get to the end result, even though you don't break it down in rands and cents?
Thank you, Judge. For now, we were looking at the industry, mining industry, as we already said, But to start with, we purchased the material from the mining just to test, because this is a new material that we were employing into the system, and filtration beds have not been used. So we needed to be sure first, because before we can attract and say that, look, we want to partner with you, Quartz is working into this space. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We had food and then we had water. And now we have the final presentation. Yes, please collect your quads because we might just use it for our own filtration. All right, we have our final presentation. And in isiZulu, we say isinamuva liyabukwa. So they have the last word, these two presenters. And just a quick announcement, Manhattan Hotel, your transport is ready. I hope it's not a lot of people who have to take that shuttle to Manhattan Hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to present to you the last presentation from Dr. Rudani Rachidana and Professor Kuvareka, and they are talking catalytic ozonation reactor. What a way to close the session. Woo! A round of applause. That's a mouthful. Can you say that like fast, repeatedly? Say it after me. Catalytic ozonation reactor. Yeah, it's very fast. Yeah, so they will tell us more about it.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As introduced, I'm Dr. Ruzani Rachedana. My mentor is not around, so I will be taking you through my presentation. I'm from CSET under the Institute of Water, under the Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability. So I'll be talking to you or sharing the information about the proposed reactor that we want to share with our judges and all of you. So it's a solar nanobubble ozonation reactor for water treatment. So water pollution is caused by activities that takes place, such as agricultural, industries, household, and hospitals that end up producing these emerging pollutants, as well as the unknown pollutants that are driven by new chemical products on the market. So the solution of these issues might be the nanobubble technology. And these emerging pollutants, they always find a way to be discharged into our water bodies, which affect our health as well as the quality of water. So we have the ozone bubble size. So the oxidation potential of ozone is typically 2.1 in aqueous solution, and the good advantage of using the ozone is because they are strong oxidant and they're capable of transferring electrons, and they are also oxidizing a variety of substances such as pathogens, organic pollutants, as well as inorganic pollutants. So in the ordinary microbubbles, we have a size range of greater than 100 micrometer, with which the bubbles rises and then they burst at the surface. So when you move to the micro bubbles, we have a range of 1 to 100 micrometer, which are fine size, and they appear as white water or milky water. And then what happens is that the bubble slowly rises and then they shrink. When they shrink, they disappear. So what happens also on the ultra-fine bubble, which is the one that we are proposing to you today, is that they have a range of a size of less than 1 nanometer, which are nano-sized, and they're also invisible with our naked eyes. And the good thing about this ultra-fine bubble is that they remain stable in liquid for a long period. So the ozone reaction in aqueous solution, so this is the process that takes, I'm gonna take you through from the nanobubbles to the liquid phase. So what happens is that on the gas phase consists of ozone molecules in a gaseous form before they dissolve into a liquid. And then interphase, the ozone molecules the ozone molecules diffuse from gas phase to a liquid phase. And in the liquid phase, the ozone reacts directly to the dissolved pollutant, which are especially those ones that are electron-rich functional groups. So these are the photocatalytic ozonation. These are the main factors that we normally use for when we're using our reactor, is the sunlight and then the ozone nanobubbles, as well as the other oxidants that will help us to degrade or break down these organic pollutants, which can be giving us a stronger oxidation potential. So this is the reactor that we are now currently using in our lab. This one, it uses macro bubbles. The one that I told you that the bubbles shrinks and then they shrink and then they disappear and then the water comes out as a white or milky. So now, this one, it uses, you see underneath the bluish thing here, it uses a ceramic membrane, which is acting as our nanobubbler. And the size of this reactor can take up to 15 liters. But then in our lab, when we are doing our experiment, we are targeting mostly organic pollutants. And then now here, for example, we use only 5 liter here, 5 liter to degrade our pollutants. And then the tap there, we collect our alicot. We're taking our alicot every 5 minutes to see how we have degraded our pollutants. So it is also a good a reactor for degrading organic pollutants, like what we normally target in my research group. But now we want to advance to the nano ones, the ones that I said, they're not bubbles, they remain stable for a longer period. So this is the nanobubble ozonation system that I was talking about. So this system also, it has these transparent glass tubes. And then these glass tubes, they are connected with different, they'll be connected with different pipes to transport our water until we collect them. So what happens is that we're gonna use wastewater. It can be from industries because we work with organic pollutants, or we can use our synthetic water from the lab. And then before that, we first need to pre-treat our water before we do the process of nanobubble ozonation. Then the wastewater will pass through the granular multimedia filter, and then after that, we'll pump it. It will be pumped, and then it goes to the first tube glass on your left, and then when it goes there, what happens is that we have also underneath, we have the air or oxygen tank, and then that oxygen tank will come to the ozone generator that will generate our ozone as our main strong oxidant in our case. And then we're gonna use also the nanobubble generator, which generates nanobubbles. And the blue thing that you find under the first tube is a nanobubbler. So once you pump the water, and then it goes through the first tube, then the nanobubbler and the ozone, you have to punch them immediately, then they come and react with our polluted water. So what happens is that the ozone tends to decompose to produce hydroxy radicals, which is a very good radicals because it breaks down the pollutants, and then it breaks down the pollutants, and then after that, it also speed up the reaction because organic pollutants, they tend to be difficult to degrade. Then it speeds up the reaction. After that, we'll allow the pipes to circulate the water from these different glass tubes so that we can be losing a bit of this ozone because we don't really need it in our case. Even if it's needed, it must be at a very trace concentration like 0.1 ppm, which is also allowed by the National Drinking Water Regulation set by the Department of Water and Sanitation. And then after that, then we can collect it. We can collect it with as a clean water, and that when we are collecting, we'll have to check the pH. We need to check the conductivity. We need to check the hardness of water. We also check if there are microbes or whatsoever. If you were degrading the pollutants. So there are a lot of activities that can take place during the cleaning of, collection of cleaning of water that can take place. And the other thing about this system is that you can add other oxidants as well in the feed. So my oxidants was here as the ozone. And then you can use different sources of water, but in our target here, it's only the organic pollutants, which are like pharmaceuticals or dyes. So you can also use simultaneous treatment and disinfection, and really, yes, it's also working. This ozone works as a disinfectant, and it's easy to set up. And this setup will be covered, each tube will be covered by this wheeled aluminum frame, so that since we're using the light, it will capture the light and absorb the light. Then we can degrade our pollutant or targeted pollutants. So I would like to thank my mentor, Prof. Alex Kuvarega, my nanostructured materials thematic area team. We work with this kind of projects, and then UNISA, as well as my Institute for Nanotechnology and Water Sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rosani, and I guess Prof. Kroswage in absentia. Just my question is around the technology is obviously, very innovative, and if it can cost less for the household, it'll be great. I wanted to just have an understanding in terms of the usage. You spoke about the source. Is the source, where is the source? At a household, as an example, in a household, where would the source of wastewater be? And in terms of installation, is it a pack and book or an assemble, or is it like a static installation that you cannot move anyway as you move, or how does it work? So that would be my question. Thanks.
Thanks. I think she stole all my questions. But I think I wanted to make maybe a general comment for both you and the previous presenter, right? I think especially for water purification purposes, it's important to note right from the beginning the source of the water, for instance. I see your presentation did say different source waters, but it doesn't say what kind of water you're dealing with, right? That's the first one. Secondly, it's also what is the end goal? Are we cleaning this water so that it goes back to potable state, which is for human consumption, or are we treating the water so that it goes back to another industrial use, right? I think those are two things that we have been missing from the presentations. You did eventually say that, drinking water mentioned in passing, but I think that is also important in understanding the actual innovation and the extent of it and the applicability. Number two, I saw quite an impressive picture of what the unit looks like, right? I think the application there would also assist. Is this something that I'm expected to buy for my household, right? And looking at its size, is it value for money for me to bring that in? Is it going to solve my water problems if I live in an area where I need to purify water or anything? Or is this only purely for industrial applications? Because also the pricing and the capacity of your unit would also, inform whoever is interested in terms of, does it fit my need or does it? Is it fit for purpose or not? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I think I echo the same sentiments about the source of the water. Your presentation mentioned that the water is from industries, which is treated polluted water. I think there's an opportunity for capturing or purifying stormwater, especially in the city. There's a lot of times where we've got heavy rains, but we don't capitalize on that surface runoff. So I just wanted to know whether this solution would also assist in that purification of that water, which naturally we would want to capture, but oftentimes if you don't have a JoJo tank and the like, you are losing water that could potentially be used for drinking and cooking. If you can just clarify that for us, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the questions. You will remind me when I'm answering. So, okay, the source of the water that we normally use for now, because now it's still in the lab scale, we normally pollute our water with our own pharmaceuticals that we've bought. And then after the pollution, that's when we can start the process. So it's still in the lab scale. Then when it's okay for working with the, if we are fine with the way we are doing, then we can upscale it to a maybe bigger volume. And then also with the industry, there are, in our research groups, people, they go and visit different wastewater treatment plants, and they come with the water, and then we test and see. Like now, as we speak, my institute, they collaborate with the just Joburg Water, Rand Water, Department of Water and Sanitation, and etc. So that we, and then we also have an exchange programs of these water problem issues that we have. So most of the things that we are doing in the lab for now, we are mimicking what they are using in the wastewater treatment plants. So for now, we are still in the lab scale. But if we find that everything is going okay, because the process of saying drink when it's still in the lab, we cannot really stand for it, because there's a lot of processes that needs to be done for it to be really suitable for consumption by human. So in this one, we can use it for our house, maybe for flushing the toilets and irrigation and etc. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Sorry, I don't think you've answered my question.
Okay. Yes.
It was just relating to stormwater runoff. You spoke mainly of industrial water, heavy polluted water. Could we use it maybe for surface runoff, rainwater? The water that's in our JoJo tanks we cannot drink, but can we then plug this model into the tanks and maybe purify that water and cook and drink the same water?
Yeah, okay, when we say, when I was saying pre-treating the water, you know, where wastewater, they come with a lot of things in it. We need to filter all those suspended matters so that when we do this process, it does not even damage our machines. Everything must be in like a homogeneous phase. So when it comes to the water, the rainwater and this runoff, yes, we can, if you want to treat them, yes, we can treat the water. But as for advice on the consumption as yet, unless if it is tested in the lab, because when there's running of water, there's a lot of things happening, a lot of things that are getting into water to contaminate. Sometimes also metals are also involved on those things, because there are a lot of things that are scattered around.
All right, another round of applause. Whew, what a day. Can you just look at your neighbor, whether to your left or your right or behind you, in front of you. Check if they are still as gorgeous as they were when the day started. Is the hair still intact? Weave still okay? Are the brows still shaped correctly? And the haircuts, are they still brushed and faded correctly? Because we've had a day, right? Check if they are thoroughly innovated. Ask them, are you innovated? Are you thoroughly innovated? All right. Can we just take a moment to thank our judges and appreciate them? I'm amazed at your level of knowledge. I mean, they speak law, you are there. They say science, you are there. They say, my goodness, I don't know how you do it. A round of applause for our judges. Yeah, you have a lot to do. Can we also thank our presenters for your presentations? They are environmentally woke. They are solving societal problems, inclusive, innovative. So thank you to our presenters. Thank you very, very much. You threw us to auditing, you took us to science, you took us to filtration, you took us to payments. We were there, we played games and we ate and we drank, or maybe we didn't drink. We used that water for other things and we checked our pregnancy tests. We did it all. Thank you very much, presenters. We appreciate you. Internet was there, or maybe it wasn't, but we still pressed on. We really appreciate you. And also, we thank the organizers. As you can see, we've come to the end of the program, but we have to do this. We have to thank you. Hey, presenters, how do you do it? You know, you listen to a song sometimes and you think, how did they compose this song? You're like, you're like, how did you think of that? So presenters, that's how we feel. We're like, how did you even? You're so creative, you're so innovative. We appreciate you. We will not get the results today. I'm reliably told that we will get the results on Friday. Yeah, that's something to look forward to. And then as we end this program, please come back tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. Please continue to tweet how bantu hlebathong batho ba modimo hayibo siyacela. Continue to tweet. We are here for your tweets, we are here for your online posts, and we appreciate you. Sound and video, thank you. Please, when you post, make sure that we have makeup and fake eyelashes to make sure ukuthi siphuma kahle. A round of applause to Ingqalabutho. Yazi, you are still here. Please look around. There are people who have been here since the morning and they're still here. They're like, say, lezozo, asiyi ndawo. Thank you for staying on the whole day. Give each other a high five, a fist bump, and say, yay, uhlale kwaze kwaba la. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.